Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are we doing? Happy Sunday. Happy end of the, well, I guess not happy at the end of the weekend. It's the end of the weekend. It's not happy. That means we're gonna go back to work. No. Yes, this morning somewheres. Good morning, guys. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Hi, Sapa. Hi, Icy. Hi, Static. Hi, BSB. Hi, Shadow. Hi, Spectre. Hi, Duck. Hi, Duck. Hi, Grim. Hi, Art. Thank you much for the stream streak, guys. Thank you, Pochita, and Loop Loop, and Duck, and BSV, RV. Wait, did I miss somebody with the stream streak? That was it. Thank you so much for the stream streaks. Hi, Evil Stew. Hi, AJ Game. Hi, Alberto. Hello. I know. Work tomorrow, man. Now that I'm like back at work, it's just like, ugh. No bueno. No bueno. Hi, Phoebe. Hi, Blank. Hello, Axel. Hi, Risky. Hello, Mooners. Hello, Mooners. How we doing? We haven't had a Sunday Limbusy stream, oh my gosh, for like a month now because I was sick. And then I had my hike with Dexter. Yeah, I would say like the entire month of October. I don't think we did a single Limbusy stream. Damn. Axel, thank you so much for the stream streak. Zappa, thank you so much for freaking 8 years. Oh my god, 8 years? That's crazy. Happy Sunday, Poe! Thank you so much for the stream streak. Welcome in. Yeah, today, I'm gonna see how much we can get through today. I know that we have Wall PP that's up. I know that we have the event that's also up, which also happens to be the Intervallo that I'm on right now, if I'm not mistaken. I think the only reason why it's a rerun is because now it's voiced, which is nice. But I still read it anyway, so it's not like it matters. But, hi Asa, how you doing? Been behind on best of myself. I haven't logged in about a week. Well, so I've been at least logging in and like doing my like dailies and stuff, but I think I did only like a couple runs of Mirror, but I do need to like do the story because since it's part of the event, I can get the currency to get frames and stuff. So, hi Manor, how you doing? So I did it while unvoiced. This will be new for me. Yes. Yeah. Now, if I remember correctly, you guys said that this warp train intervallo is also very long. I've like refreshed my memory. It's been like a month almost. It's been like a month. Is this intervallo also very, very long? And I know we have the wall PP, but Van is just spending egg affiliate. Yeah. Well, with the wall PP, you know we gotta do our edging stuff. So we gotta see if our edging is still up to par. We've been gone for quite some time, so I don't know if our edging is still gonna be good. So, that only was a bit yappy. It's quite long, at least 30 minutes. It's shorter. Oh, than time killing time. Okay, but here's the thing though. Time killing time with it being extremely long. What is the definition of like quote-unquote shorter? If we're talking like maybe like 20 minutes shorter than time killing time, that's still very long. But time killing time was very long. Yeah, it was very long. I probably should have broken that stream up. But today I'm also debating if I need to do that though. But have fun at gym. Hi Druid. It did feel less yappy and a bit shorter to go through. Okay, because my only thing though, we did start a little bit late today, but I also need to finish being an adult. Like I have so much like now that I'm back at work, like I don't have the weekdays to do things, and so like I'm trying to get my life back in order, like cleaning and laundry and all of that stuff. So like I'm debating if I want to do the event but do like half of it, or if that's something that I'm going to be able to do in like 3 or 4 hours, maybe. I don't know. An hour or less. It's that short? That's extremely short. It'll definitely take you at least a good chunk of stream to get through, but probably only this one. So when does wall PP go away? When does wall PP go away? Actually, I have it up. I should have just checked. Let's see. Is it this one? Oh. It's a bit under 2 weeks. Okay. So we got a couple weeks. I mean, same thing with the event as well, though, right? The event is also around for, I think, 1 more week. If I looked at the date correctly. I could have looked at it wrong, too, but... Wednesday after the next one. Okay, so we got time. We got time. Event ends at the same time while PP does. So, alright, I mean... We can try to read as much as we can today. Granted, I haven't really, like, read stuff because, like, all the stuff that we have been doing on stream, it's all been voiced, like the Nikkei stuff, and I haven't really had to do, like, too much reading, but I also don't want to, like, keep coughing and straining my voice too much, so I'm gonna see what we can do. Because I was also debating that because I'm off on Tuesday, that I have like maybe like a morning afternoon stream and then I do like my Nikkei stream after, but I don't know, that's just me spitballing. But if we still have 1 more week after this one, maybe I can just do like however far we go today, next Sunday, and then also do Wall PP as well. And then we should be kind of caught up with that. So, I don't know. I got a game plan. a little bit. So, the thing is, I don't think this Wall PP is an event. No, yeah, someone already said there's no event. So, it's just going to be pulling. So, that's not going to take a lot of time. But I think, depending on how far we go today, if we need to do a part 2 next Sunday, then we'll do Wall PP at that time as well. Because I'm really trying my best to, like, fully recover, but I still have this scratchiness in my chest, and I still have the cough, even though it's not as bad. And so I'm curious if it's going to be too much yapping that, like, I'm going to have to be like, all right, we got to call a timeout. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Limbus 2, vroom harder. Look, I'm trying to vroom as much as I can, but I really just want to kick this entire sickness away. Because I'm still waking up coughing, and I'm still, like, coughing throughout the day. I just want it to go. Just, bye. Is this happy the TK for Mercy? Herbert is not in this event. Thank fuck. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how far we get into it, and, if we get through it all, great. Then we get through it all. And then we can do, like, Wall PP, and then possibly start the next Canto on next Sunday. But if we need to break up 2 streams for this one, hopefully we don't have to, but if we need to, then yeah, we'll do it. But yeah, we'll start. Thank you so much for your stream streak. At least we don't have anyone like Herbert. Yeah, fuck that guy. All right, let me go ahead and switch over to the game real quick. Might as well just get started. Okay. Herbert is still with me in spirit. It's like I can still hear him yapping. That man just, he freaking pissing me off. All right, let me do this real quick. Excellent. All right, confirm. Wait, general. Off. Confirm. There we go. All right. So, oh wait, this is the Wall PP stuff, right? Or is this, I'm assuming this is just the Wall PP, but like the actual amount of events spent during the event period will be recorded. So then you have like all of these things that you can spend. I don't know. Yeah, this is the Wall PP stuff. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I have 160 modules. Yeah. I spend wisely. I literally, when I do my freaking dailies, I will do 1 of each of the Luxcavation things, and I don't skip. That's another thing. I don't skip, because I know that's gonna cost more. I actually go in and do like the normal stuff, so I don't spend as much. So that's why I feel like I have a lot of that's why I have a lot of the freaking modules. But it's fine. It's whatever. Skipping is only really worth it for the threads. Yeah, but skip is a waste of Egophalia, so good not to skip. I mean, if I'm not in a rush, right? Like, I can sit here and I can have, like, the auto coin toss going off, like, when I do, like, my dailies, like, it's fine. Because then I can do other things while I'm doing my dailies, but, Meatsack, thank you so much for your stream streak! Thank you! But, yeah. I try not to, I mean, there's no reason for me to save it, but at the same time, I just, like, I don't skip, so that's why I feel like I have a lot. In my opinion. Alright, so, we have Wall PP, Murder on the Warp Express, which is perfect timing because that's technically where we are. Now, the only thing is, I don't remember. Did we do mini story 2? Did we do this one? I don't remember if we did. And I don't know if we haven't. Okay. So maybe we do this one first, and then we'll get into the Intervallo, which is the same as the event going on right now. So we'll probably do both, but... Hi, Water Gaming, how you doing? Hi, Geek. I have no idea, this is all new to me. No, that's fine. For the people that are here that know, that can remember for me, because I don't fucking remember. I'm pretty sure we got tired because of the Herbert. Oh, that's, yeah, oh my god. Yeah, Herbert was drained. No, that's right, because Herbert, the freaking, that whole event, Time Killing Time, was just so long, and I was just like, oh, there's more. You're in any condition to do the mini? Yeah, I think... Was I, like, on the verge of being sick doing Time Killing Time? Oh, my jaw! That's what it was. It was my jaw that was freaking broken. Trying to do Time Killing Time with my jaw was, like, the fucking worst. That was, like... I'm not gonna lie, it did get pretty miserable towards the end because I was like, I can't speak. I was like, my jaw's gonna fucking break. Okay, so that was the jaw incident for Time Killing Time. And then I got sick afterwards, which was like a freaking 1-2 punch, but that's okay. So did Artie fighting through TAT with Vicodin? Ugh. Yeah, I was like, I need to pop some medicine. And I was just like, oh, we're fine. We're so fine. You were definitely not good after that. No. Okay. So yeah, let's start with the mini then, and then we'll get into the Intervallo. It shouldn't matter where I start it from, right? Because it says event open, so I could just do it from here. Whatever. But yeah, let's start with this one instead. Confirm. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Let me scoop myself up a little bit. Hi, Donut. How you doing? All right. Right. I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultations with the sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than I expected. Hi, Ryoku! Hi, Yin Yang, how you doing? So, what are you writing in that notebook?
이거?
Turn this up a little bit. Oh, this?
그냥 뭐라도 적어두면 나중에 기억하기 편하지 않을까 싶어서.
I thought writing him down could come in handy later, in case I have to remember something. Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since the session started. It didn't seem like he was making a full record of our entire conversation, but it was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. Are you writing about Catherine?
그런 것도 있고.
He sounds so sad. Oh, I'm still not used to this Heathcliff being like very sentimental. Like it like warms my heart, but I just at the same time, like I'm just like, oh, Heathcliff, I like my heart, man. Oh. I mean, that was a little diary keeping. He's growing, he's learning, he is. Yes, yeah, the big character development, but... Hi, Blue! You're super tempted to try that. You should! It's for free! Definitely do it. Definitely do it. You're doing good. Man, everyone's allergies are killing them. What the heck? Get your allergies in check, guys. Don't die. His expression becomes inscrutably complex upon hearing her name, and he breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. I take a quick glance at the pages, and its contents are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting. But I also noticed that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant moments in our journey. Records of memories he doesn't want to lose. Because remember, Catherine, like, no longer exists to people except for him, right? Well, I guess us. I guess we know. But, like, he's the only one that, like, remembers Catherine. And so he's like, I gotta write every single thing down. Every single detail. Can't forget any of this stuff. Because technically, like, yeah, no one knows. Yeah, only Dante, yeah, and Heath know about Catherine. That's so sad. Oh, that's so sad.
뭐
Hi, Silverwolf.
없어.
Well, it ain't nothing important.
아무튼 끝났으면 간다.
Right. If we're done here, I'm off. Hi, Lugan. Thank you for pinning. Heathcliff takes the notebook and leaves the room, and I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. It's not long before Radia practically bursts through the door.
키스가 나가는 거 보고 바로 들어왔는데 일찍 끝났네?
Hey, saw Heathcliff leaving the room just now and thought it was my turn. That was pretty quick meeting, huh? Yeah, we didn't really talk much.
뭔지는 모르겠지만 요즘 들어 히스가 얌전해진 것 같네.
I don't know what's gotten into him lately. He's been so tame. Well, I'm not complaining, but why don't you take a seat, Radia? Radia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She really didn't seem too different from her usual self. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but... so, I think there's something we have to talk about today.
뭔데 그렇게 분위기를 잡고 그래?
Yeah? Oh, you're so serious today. What's up? Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of time-killing time, Radia?
내가 무슨 말 했었나?
I don't know. What'd I say? A lot. Radia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snack she prepared for these consultations. I'm starting to grow uncertain whether this is a good time to bring up this is when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. But this overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that still hurts, isn't it? I sit there, looking at Radia and her fabricated smile, and I have to ask. Yeah, this is exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? Hi, Donut. Thank you for the stream streak. And Matek, welcome in. I'm talking about the time you asked me about Sonia. About what would have happened if you... son of a... fuck off alarm! The alarm had chose this precise moment when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up to go off. Wait, that was... I reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system. And not long after that, a brief bzzzt plays from the speaker installed in my room. Bzzzt.
운전석에서 전파한다. 버스 내 휴식 중인 전 인원 복도로 집합한다.
Testing. Announcing from the driver's seat, all units taking R&R on the bus must assemble in the hallway ASAP.
다시 한번 알린다. 버스 내 휴식 중인
I repeat, all units taking R&R on the bus.
운전석은 카론 자리야.
That's right. Karan, freaking kick her ass out. Driver's seat. Charan's seat.
잡아당기지 마라. 지금 중요 사안을 전파 중이다.
Stop bullying me. I'm in the process of relaying a very important announcement.
자꾸 카론과 메피 사이에 끼어들면 곤란해.
Stop getting in the way between Karan and Mephi. Oh, Virgil, how I've missed you. Except you're yapping. I don't miss your yapping, but I've missed you. Virgil's deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus's PA system, before Charan and Otis' brief squabble came to an abrupt end.
어머, 아까 알람도 그렇고 또 뒷문에 새로운 게 생긴 모양이네.
My, a new back doors thingy? Is that what the alarm usually means, right? Let's see. I'm gonna guess that this one's for a refraction railway?
그런 거라면 가면 좀 싫다. 거기 들어가면 너무 힘들다고.
Not a fan of those railways. They're so exhausting. Radia grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question.
왜 멀뚱멀뚱 서 있어, 단테? 안 나가려고?
What you standing around for, Dante? Come on, aren't you gonna see what's going on? Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Radia out to the hallway. Out to a very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises, and the sinners are each sharing their ideas as to what this alarm might be for.
순서상으로 역시 굴절 철도겠죠?
It's gotta be the refraction railway this time, right?
높은 확률로 다음 번호인 4호선이겠구만.
I miss you, Greg.
또 고생긴 하겠어.
Yeah, line 4 most likely, huh? This is gonna suck, isn't it?
모두 정숙해라. 관리자님께서 오셨다.
Attention! The executive manager has arrived.
한 발 앞서 인원을 소집해 두었습니다.
I have assembled your forces already in a timely manner. Thanks.
오셨나요, 단테?
Welcome, Dante. I heard the radio. Is it a refraction railway this time?
네. 정확히는 거울 굴절 철도죠.
Yes, the fourth line of the refraction railway to be exact.
이제 슬슬 이것도 익숙해졌나 봐.
Hey, I think they're getting used to this. Yo, what the freaking acronym? What in the acronym? Ryoshu, what? What the hell are we getting into? Wait, did I get it right? What the hell are we getting into?
도시. Unbelievable.
No, I was so wrong. I wasn't even close. Whoa, 'tis a hearkening at. No, that was just Dawn. I still say mine's right though. I think mine's right. I don't think that wasn't Dawn trying to interpret it. When the hell?
도대체 언제 안으로 갈 것인지 묻는 것 같소.
Oh, it appears that she is requesting information pertinent to our schedule regarding our entry to the railway. Yeah, I'm manifesting my inner Sinclair. Amelia, thank you for the streak.
정확히는 도대체 언제 안으로 진입할 건지 궁금해서.
Oh, okay. What the? Oh, okay. Thank you, Sinclair. Thank you. To be exact, I think she's asking when the hell we are going in. You don't need to type it out in chat. Let the game tell me. Ryoshu, who had been listening with a knitted brow as each sinner hazarded their guesses, appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money. At least Gregor and Yisong got half of that right too. The bus alarms weren't the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. The sinners were really getting to know one another as well. Well, let's go check it out right now.
그럼 문을 열겠네.
Then I shall open the gates. Ah, Jesus Christ. Ooh. The door opens with a creak, and bright blue lights fill my vision. The blue ambiance almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line completely different from line 3 in its orange hue.
관리자나리, 이것 좀 보시오. 커튼에 가면까지 완전 파리 분위기 잤어.
Manager Esquire, behold! These curtains, these masks, I say, visions of a party lay before us, forsooth. Masks? I followed Dawn, who had run off on her own again with my eyes. It was as she said, the walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wonder if this has something to do with the theme of enemies we're about to meet here.
다들 여기 좀 와보게나.
Woo!
똑 닮은 사람이.
She turned into a V2 and she's like, woo! Oh, hitty hither, one and all. Here is a woman, her appearance, a spitting image of Lady Otis.
뭐?
What? There was urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Dawn was with the other sinners in tow. And there she was, an exact copy of Otis standing before us. I hope this isn't anything serious.
세상에. 진짜잖아.
What? She wasn't kidding.
환상체의 미끼 그런 건 아니겠죠?
I hope this isn't a lure left behind by an abnormality or something like that.
야 꼬맹이, 재수 없는 소리 하지 마라.
Oi, how about we don't tempt fate, lad?
하지만 오티스 씨와 다르게 말도 하지 않고
Hi, Anime
훨씬
Wolf.
어두운걸요?
But she's quiet, unlike Otis. Damn. And, and shrouded in a weird shadow. That's... that little jab from Hong Lu is just fucking perfect.
우와, 이쪽에는 저랑 똑같이 생긴 분도 있네요.
Ah, look, here's one that looks just like me. Hong Lu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. When he raised his hands, the shape raised its hands. When he closed his eyes, the shape closed his eyes. Right, almost like a shadow with the darkness and its mimicry. Wait, that looks like one of Hong Lu's identities. I noticed 2, 3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on?
환상체라면 그나마 다행이지만 혹시라도 모종의 이유로 복제된 인간이라면
We'd be much better off if they were some byproduct of an abnormality. However, if they are clones,
관리자님, 한시라도 빨리 저것들을 제거해야 합니다.
we must move swiftly to exterminate them, Executive Manager.
지금 당장 전투 명령을.
I request that you immediately order us to prepare for battle. Give me a sec. I'll ask Faust first if...
빠르게 판단하셔야 합니다. 만약 복제된 것이 맞다면 머리가
Don't rush me! No, you must make a judgment call at this instant. If they are indeed clones, then the heads will... This isn't the first time she's asked to make a decision like this, but... she's never been this serious or adamant about it before. Yisung noticed the tension and quickly stepped in between the two of us.
파우스트 양, 설명을 부탁할 수 있겠는가?
Miss Faust, would you kindly share what you know of this phenomenon?
네. 해당 개체는 복제 인간이 아닙니다.
Yes, this entity is not a clone.
따라서 이대로 일주일이 지난다고 해도 머리가 나서는 일은 없습니다.
Therefore, even if a week were to pass, the head will not mobilize. Faust nodded sagely as though she had just learned something new, before looking in my direction. Right, she probably wants me to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. That one feels like a pecatulum. I wasn't completely sure, but that's the feeling I've so grown used to sensing whenever we encounter the pecatula.
죄종.
A pecatulum?
폭루 씨를 무작정 따라하는 걸 보면 자아도 희미한 것 같네요. 외관도 좀 다르고요.
It's blindly mimicking whatever Hong Lu is doing. I'm not sure if it has much or anything in the way of consciousness or ego. It doesn't look like a one-to-one copy of him either.
잠시 진정하시게 오티스 양. 흥분이 과해진 것 같소.
Please, be calm yourself, Miss Otis. It appears that aught has unnerved you. Otis bows, embarrassment apparent upon her head, cleared with relief.
죄송합니다. 관리자님 앞에서 이런 주태를.
My deepest apologies, Executive Manager. I should not have acted in such an unsightly manner before you. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about the sinners. Every instance of these moments seemed to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read on Otis' expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud.
그런데 죄종이라는 건 좀 더 그 뭐냐 괴물처럼 생기지 않았었냐?
I thought them pecatula are supposed to look like monsters. In it?
뒤틀림도 죄종도 외관과 같은 기존의 상식으로 대해서는 안 됩니다.
Distortions in the pecatula must not be judged on a reference based on common sense, such as their physical appearance.
그런데 저희가 상대할 수 있는 수준의 죄종이겠죠?
But do you think we can handle them?
아, 확실히. 저택에서처럼
Big Mac, thank you so much for the stream streak.
씨를 복제하면 곤란한데요.
Oh yeah, if they're going to swarm us like they did at the manor, or if they manage to somehow copy Virgil, that's going to be a problem.
이때까지의 굴절 철도를 생각하면 이길 수 없는 상대를 마주할 일은 없을 것이라 생각하오.
Recall the railways of refraction.
과정이 고될 뿐.
We have suffered ere this one's arrival. It should not present before us a foe we cannot defeat. Yet the process shall be as grueling as it always has been, I suspect.
질투 최종이라고 파우스트는 알고 있습니다. 이때까지의 최종을 생각하면
Bracken, thank you so much for your
전투가
stream,
성공하지 않을 만큼 전력의 차이가 있지 않을 겁니다.
Faust is aware that this entity is a peccatulum of envy. Peccatulum invidiae. Considering the strengths of the peccatula we have faced thus far, it is unlikely that we will encounter enemies too far beyond our ability to defeat.
최종을 정확한 등급으로 표기하고 있지 않으니 스스로 판단할 수 있는 정보가 적어졌다.
The lack of precise tiered labeling systems means that this is difficult for one to make a subjective judgment.
그러고 보니 최종과 뒤틀림의 위험 등급 조정은 어떻게 되고 있나요?
Speaking of which, what's the ETA on the new risk levels and classifications for the peccatula and distortions?
LCD 부서에서 아직 완료되진 않았지만 진척이 꽤 되었다고 전달받았습니다. 정확한 일정은 정해지면 들을 수 있을 테죠.
The LCD has informed us that they have made significant progress regarding that project. It is likely that further details will be shared once they become more concrete.
정말 다행이네요.
That's good to know. Honglu.
그런데 최종분들이 갑자기 도망가시는데요?
Looks like the peccatula are running away all of a sudden. As we stood there talking to one another, a peccatulum that resembles Honglu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere.
아이씨, 그거 그냥 보고만 있으면 어떡하냐?
There's the Heathcliff that we know and love. What the hell, mate? Don't just sit there and gawk at them when they're all legging it. Heathcliff also sprinted after the figure, but he soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away.
이런 미친.
Oh, blimey. A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows, I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of the sinners.
저게 도대체 몇 명이야?
That's that's a lot of them.
저랑 똑같이 생긴 사람을 3명은 본 것 같아요.
I think I recognized like 3 shadows that look just like me. The ridiculous sight was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the peccatulum to board the subway car. And the door shut behind him.
이번 굴절 절도는 유난히 심상치 않구려.
I sense aught in the way of disquietude from the refraction railway.
저쪽에서 한 대 더 오는데.
Fellas, there's another one coming this way. As soon as the subway train carrying the peccatula leave the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with shadow people. But what is that? There are curtains and masks. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged.
시시한 예술이군.
How uninspired.
아까는 당황해서 제대로 못 봤는데 전철이 꽤 화려하게 꾸며져 있지 않아?
Hey, I didn't remember. Oh, I didn't notice it earlier because all that mess with clones and everything, but doesn't that train look much more elaborate than we've seen before?
그러게요. 장식품이 주렁주렁 달려 있네요.
Right. It's adorned with all kinds of decorations. Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something burst forth from the train car door.
뭐라? 이거
Sinclair, you're so jumpy. Did that thing just roll out a carpet for us? Atu, thank you so much for using your Prime. Thank you. It's like something's inviting us in there.
썩 달갑지 않은 초대구려.
I ill like such a manner of invitation. I agreed with Isong. This isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things in our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first steps onto the carpet and boarded the subway train. 가자. Time to go. Wherever the subway train's gonna take us. Okay. That's the mini event. A familiar siren. And okay, so that's taking us straight into the Intervallo for a murder on the Warp Express, it seems. Okay, okay. Yeah, Tara, they're welcome in. Oh, don't worry, you're not late. We haven't even started the event. We were just doing the little mini story right before it. So, kind of getting the stage set. Perfect. All right, let's see. Let's get into this. Let me see if I even have. All right. How did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Core. Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P-Core right after a quick blink of an eye, but oh, Dante, please respond. The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered the hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we were now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension? Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but... What? It's like me in the morning, I'm like, what? What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we found ourselves in. A few days ago.
다음 행선지는 워프 열차입니다. 단테.
Our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. What is that? What did they do in like movies or TV shows where they like freeze frame like the main character and they're like, yeah, that's me. This is how I got here type of thing. I feel like this is what's happening with the warp train. They're like, let's take it back to 2 days ago. How I got into this position. Like, oh god. Hi, Crimson. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Core, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgil for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Look, we have our own Verily! We have our own Nayuta! This is perfect. Verily, I must have misheard.
맞게 들었을 텐데, 돈 키오테.
I'm quite certain you didn't, Don.
너희들은 지금부터 T사의 워프
Verily.
열차 승강장으로 간다.
We are now en route to the T-Core warp train station. My god. The warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes?
워프 열차 승강장에 또 뒤틀림이라도 나타났나?
Did a distortion pop up at one of the warp platforms or something?
소일거리를 하는 데에 제법 거리낌이 없게 되었군. 하지만 그것도 아니다.
I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs, but no.
P사로 이동하기 위해 워프 열차에 직접 탑승한다.
We are boarding...
자, 그대로 받아들이면 될 일이지.
Virgil, finish your sentence. We are boarding the warp train to get to P-Core. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. The collective groans from all of the sinners. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. See? That took the words right out of my mouth! Collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W-Core, but... I'm waiting for chat to be like, oh, pre-done, you pre-watched, you already did the event, blah, blah, blah. we're actually taking that train? Through that vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, and I've been sharing more of these as of late.
인격을 사용했을 때의 기억은 그릿하다 못해 없는 수준이나.
Though I have very dim, if present at all, recollections from the time during which I wear the identities.
관리자와 인격의 대화록을 보았을 때 워프 열차의 원리가 다소 비효율적이고 기이하다는 부분은 확실했다.
It can be determined from the conversational records between the manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind Warp Train's operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and insufficient. Mersal, please. If I have to take a deep breath because I'm struggling to read your goddamn paragraphs after I read them out loud, cease! It's not as bad as Herbert, but still. Cease! Hi, Nate. Hi, VOD watchers. This message has been approved by the head. Plot twist, this is a pre-recorded stream, including the chat reactions. That's crazy. This is literally 3 days in a row that I have said a line before it was said. It happened twice during Nikkei, and it happened here in Limbus. I'm never gonna be able to fight the allegations that I fucking pre-watched it. It's just so easy to predict what someone is going to say based off of the context of the story.
아, 10초 만에 도착하는 게 아니라 사실은 엄청 오래 운행한 뒤에 승객분들의 기억을 전부 없애는 거랬죠?
Oh yeah, it's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories.
탑승객끼리 서로를 찍고 부순다고 했던 것 같은데요. 지루함을 이기지 못해서.
I also heard that the passengers get so weary of boredom that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another.
오랜만에 걸작품을 들여다볼 수 있겠군.
Sounds like I might have finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Dude, Ryoshu would be excited about that. Jesus Christ. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identities' memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risk associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W-core identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss.
여러분의 이런 동요와 반발은 이미 예상하고 있었습니다.
Your collective agitation and possible incompliance have already been anticipated.
그대는 벌써 알고 있었던 겐가?
Lady Faust? Then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this?
파우스트는 모든 것을 알고 있으니까요. 당연히 여러분이 떠올린 문제를 해결할 방법도 준비해 두었습니다.
Faust has indeed known this all along. As no knowledge is out of Faust's reach, naturally a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared.
열차를 탄다는 사실이 변하질 않는데 방법이 있다고요?
I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train, so what is it?
버스, 이 버스는요? 열차 안에 버스가 들어갈 리도 없잖아요.
The bus? Well, what about the bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car.
타론도 반대. 메피 말고 다른 걸 타면
Aw,
메피 밥은 누가 줘?
Sharon? Sharon vetoes too. No one to feed Mephi when Charon's gone.
파우스트 씨.
Miss Faust.
워프 열차의 최후미는 화물칸으로 편성되어 있습니다. 메피스토 팰레스는 해당 칸에 결속되어 함께 움직이게 되죠.
The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephi will be safely fastened and transported.
또한 LCB 소속 전원은
And the LCB will
1등석을 통해 이동할 예정입니다.
have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier.
1등석이라면 부전놈들의 지정석 같은 데 아니냐?
First-class passengers? What, the seats for those pompous toffs?
누구는 표 살 돈도 없어서 기차 화물칸에 끼어 타고 있는데.
Get me angry. King, thank you so much for your streak.
타던 놈들.
Eggroll, thank you so much for using your Prime. Welcome back to Limbus, thank you. Even on normal trains, you got those sods whose proudest accomplishments in life is planting their arses in first-class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket.
왜 저를 노려보시는 건데요? 전 그런데 앉아본 적 없단 말이에요.
Why are you glaring at me like that? I've never been in one of those first-class seats before either.
자리 하나에 날개 직원 초봉 서너 달치는 된다던데.
I feel like Hong Lu would have though.
괜찮은 거 맞아?
Isn't the ticket for a single first-class seat like as expensive as 3 or 4 months' salary of a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle getting a ticket for each of us?
걱정할 만한 재정 상태는 아니죠.
The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern.
개인 캡슐 프라이빗 뭐 고급스러운 단어가 덕지덕지 붙은 자리가 개인별로 제공된다고 들었는데.
I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff like personalized private capsules or something, don't they?
그런 식으로 홍보하곤 하죠. 엄밀하게는 급속 동면 캡슐입니다.
That is the promotional language, yes. They are flash freeze hibernation capsules to be precise.
워프 열차가 실제 이동하는 시간 이상으로도 안정적인 작동이 되는 성능이니 탑승객은 눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인데 도착한 것과 다를 바 없는 체감일 것입니다.
They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B. Passengers will feel as though the trip is over in the blink of an eye.
그래도 회사의 배려에 참 감회가 새롭구려. 이동하는 길이 불편하지 않도록 그 비싼 자리를 선뜻 내어주다니.
The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar, yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrence is quite seldom.
그러게. 원래 같았으면 길잡이 씨랑 카론만 슬쩍 1등석을 태워보내주려나 했는데.
Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip just the guide and Chara into first-class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars.
구태여 전원을 앉히기보단 관리자님과 그 충실한 조력자만 있어도 충분했었겠지만.
Otis, shut the oh my god. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to those seats. Yeah, okay.
다들 왜 이렇게 호들갑인지. 다음 임무를 위해 가는 것이니만큼 워프 열차가 가지는 특수성에 대해 고민하고 걱정해도 모자랄 판인데요.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, alright? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly.
역시 이스마일 씨 말씀대로 아무리 1등석이라 해도 워프 열차 자체가 영 꺼림칙한 곳이기도 하고.
Right?
걱정이 돼서.
I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about.
1등석 칸은 일반석 승객들이 함부로 올 수 없는 공간이라는 것도 알아두시는 게 좋을 거예요. 아니, 아예 열지 못하겠군요.
For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first-class car. If they can even attempt to open it, I mean. Pretty sure the doors separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who had been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes.
그러니까
Look at her.
저희는 따로 전투를 치를 필요가 없이
She's like, oh my god. Oh my god. First class.
옛날에 재정이 더 좋았을 무렵에는 기념품도 하나씩 줬었다고 했는데.
We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances weren't in the gutter, and... Oh...
모험에는 항상 고난이 따라붙긴 마련이지. 허나 칭송받는 영웅도 잠시 눈을 감고 쉬어갈 때가 필요한 법. 언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 낼 순 없는 일이지. 1등석.
A true adventure is not without its hardships, yet even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, the hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed, indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats.
타야 한다면 타겠다.
Oh, okay, thank you, Salt. I will board the train if I must. What are you gonna do, freaking cling on top of it? Just gonna dig your hands into the top of the train and just ride on the top? If you're gonna board the train, I must.
꼭 1등석에 타야만 되나? 그곳은 나비 교환을 감상하는 재미가 없을 텐데.
Is first class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Virgil pretended not to hear Ryoshi's question.
좋아. 그럼 다 받아들였다는 것으로 알고 출발하도록 하지.
He would be a subway server. He'd do it. Very well, then I assume that we are all in agreement. Let's go.
가장 중요한 질문이 남아있네.
I have a matter of great import to discuss with thee.
뭐냐? 답지 않게 쭈뼛거리고.
What is it? Out with it, lass. Beating around the bush ain't like you. Dawn carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice.
그 1등석이란 공간에선
That is in the first class seats.
신발을 벗고 타야 한다는 소문이 있는데 사실입니까?
I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water?
어디서 또 괴상망측한 소문을?
Oh, come on now. Where did this nonsense gossip come from this time?
소문이 아니오. 요전에 지나가는 자들의 대화를 엿들었는데.
It is no gossip. Forsooth, I have overheard aught from those we have walked past ere today, and
1등석 타면 맨발로 타야 하는 거 알지? 하고 묻자. 당연하지. 그걸 누가 모르냐? 라고 하였단 말이오.
when one of them inquired, you know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man. What am I, stupid?
참말인가? 이스마엘 군?
Doth the travelers speak true, Ishmael?
왜 저한테 물어봐요? 저도 타본 적은 없단 말이에요.
Don't ask me. I've never been on one of these either.
홍보 책자에 그런 내용은 없었는데. 잠시만요.
I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec.
그건 안 될 일일세. 본인은 로신한테와 한치도 떨어져서는 안 되는 사이여야 하네.
I mustn't be separated from Rocinante.
저 홈상도전 히스칼리 부근의 신발 잠깐 같이 내버려둘 수는 없어.
Not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff.
이게 진짜.
Damn, she's... Oh, you little...
붉은 시선께 로신한테를 옆에 같이 태우면 안 되겠는가?
Straight up. Straight up. I implore thee, oh illustrious red gaze, prithee, grant me thy permission and allow me to board with Rocinante. I expected Virgil to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance.
신발은 벗지 마라.
Fine. Keep your shoes on. Damn. Even Dawn must indulge in Heath slander. Girl, Heath's Canto just ended. You're like, give him a fucking break. I do like the music. 1 out of 15. Oh my god. All right, let's run some ads real quick. Before we start with the next part of the story. Yeah, I do like this. I figured that with being on a warp train, it might feel kind of like cyberpunky, and like even with the colors, with like the purple, like the pinks and the purples and the blues, like definitely gave that vibe. To be fair to her, nobody recalls what happened to Heath. No, that's fair, but Druid, thank you so much for the stream streak. Yeah, steampunk to cyberpunk. It's like two of my favorite things when it comes to like subgenres of like, I don't know, like fantasy, not high fantasy, but just like fantasy in general, like the subgenres of like sci-fi and stuff like that. Like, I think steampunk and cyberpunk are like my two favorites. And it's hard to pick which one is like my actual favorite because steampunk, they got some freaking good looking outfits. Cyberpunk does too, but I think it's more of the atmosphere and the vibe of cyberpunk that I like more than anything. Whereas like steampunk, I think outfits, the way that people look and dress, I think is like my cup of tea. So that's why I like steampunk and cyberpunk for like their own thing though. If you had gothic horror steampunk, that would be dope. I mean, even looking at what the what's his face was for Time Killing Time, right? The boss, he kind of gave like a very gothic look, right? He was dressed in like the all black with like the top hat and everything. Like, I feel like that was it was leaning more towards that gothic look, but more of a gothic feel I think would be amazing. Cyberpunk for vibes, steampunk for drip. Yeah, very, very drippy. Steampunk is very, very drippy. And like anytime there is like a movie or a TV show that does like steampunk, like sometimes they do it right, sometimes they don't. And actually like one of my favorite glams in like Final Fantasy XIV is just straight, it was in Shadowbringers, it was just straight steampunked. And I always have it for my like phys range classes because that shit just looks so fucking good. For a bunch of brains in a trench coat, the Time Ripper had a good fashion sense? Yeah. Yeah, he did. Alright, I think we're... Are we out of ads? Does Saribot say we're out of ads yet? I'll wait for Saribot to give us a thumbs up. Since the next part is also just story too. Yeah, it's also just story. I'm so excited for the class restrictions to be lifted for 14 glam. Oh, December cannot come soon enough. Oh, there's Saribot. I love the concept of old-timey advanced tech like steam and gears making fancy machinery. You know what I actually really, really enjoyed that kind of brought in the steampunk with fancy machinery? Wild Wild West with, what's his face? With Will Smith. I thought they actually incorporated steampunked fancy machinery, and like, I thought they did that really well. With like the big spider and even like the one that the bad guy was into. Like, Wild Wild West mentioned, yeah. I thought they incorporated some like fancy gears and machinery into that while kind of bringing in a little bit of steampunk-ish. Like, yeah, the Loveless Giant Spider. Yes. I always think of that movie when I think of steampunk with some cool gadgets, right? Like that movie always pops in my head. And I thought they had some great outfits too. Like the way that like the women dressed and like the guys, they were all dressed up too. Like I felt like it met the time period, like the way that they dressed, but also very steampunky. And I was like, yeah, thumbs up. Thumbs up for me. I like it. I'm a fan. Damn, I need to watch that movie again. That's been so long. This place is huge! That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh god, Dawn. So this is... Dawn shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them.
나라고 알겠냐?
No lie, I like WoW-OS. I feel like I'm one of the small amount who did. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. I gotta do 2 more P4S runs. Speaking of glam though, I want that maiming top. Yeah, good luck with that. I've got nothing. Oi, know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards Mersault with his chin. Oh, fucking Mersault paragraph. Ugh. I'm gonna drink some water, hold on. And this wasn't previously voiced, right? Jesus Christ. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from its respective nest architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train station as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. Breathe. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Mersault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Mersault, a young Mersault! Is that a passenger over yonder, one from the west? Oh my god. I'm actually gonna fight chat too. Chat was like, it's not as yappy as the time-killing time. What is this? Yo, what is it? What in the freaking Salt paragraph is this? I'ma fight y'all too. I'ma fight Mr. Salt. I'ma fight you guys. I'm gonna fight fucking everybody here. Oh my god, freaking welcome back to Limbus, man, I guess. Freaking Jesus. Alright, deep breath, deep breath. Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the Western population. While that individual's cloth-based style is something ubiquitously observed throughout the population of North and South, they are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend rarely seen among Western... Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lecture. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied a magazine that they were garbed in puffy, loose-fitting outfits. Understandably so, given their colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. What the? Huh? Bro, she freaking screams like me. Did they just scream back? What? 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. Fixer from the north. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums! Like, you're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums. Holy shit, man! Now, get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who's never seen a warp train before. Damn it. I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose my target, and now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great. Just great. I love this. Hi, Renner. Guys, is it that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? And the round-trip ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket.
아이 저 조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 팔 4개를 붕붕 흔들면.
Oh, watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those 4 arms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Okay, General Grievous.
혹시 그대의 옷차림에 대해 조금 더 자세히 관찰해봐도 괜찮겠는가? 오, 그래, 그 포즈로! 이왕이면 5분 정도만.
She's so excited. Prithee, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, yes, stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and I... Seriously? The fixer with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform.
역시 도시는 넓고 특이한 자들은 많군.
Indeed, 'tis grand, this city of sundry odd personalities.
저 사람도 똑같이 생각했을걸요.
I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing.
전신이 의체인 사람은 역시 도시엔 흔한 걸까요?
I guess there really are a lot of people in this city with full body prosthetics. That's when Virgil slowly walked up to our group.
그럼 도착해서 만나도록 하지.
Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination.
붉은 시선께서는 함께하시지 않은 것이요?
Huh? Wilt the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us?
W사의 정책상 색을 부여받은 자는 별도로 마련된 열차를 사용해야 한다더군.
W Corps policy demands that fixers bestowed with a color title must board a train specially prepared for them instead.
1등석에도 1등석에 있는 거야?
Oh, are you like riding the first class plus or something?
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
That's a color fixer for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes.
카로는 돌아가고 싶어. 메피.
Aww. Karan wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi'll be lonely.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지 않았나? 화물칸에는 사람을 실을 수 없다, 카론.
I've told you before, Karan, 3 separate times. Actually, each time I bought you one of those candies, that people aren't allowed aboard the freight cars.
그럼 파우스트 씨.
Well then, Miss Faust?
네.
Yes. Virgil, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karan away.
단테, 저희는 이쪽으로.
Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Damn.
와, 색도 좀 돌아오는 걸?
Hey, our colors are starting to come back.
그리고 이게 말로만 듣던 웰컴 푸드 앤 드링크.
Hey,
한푼도 아닌데 이런
free
거
food.
있어야지.
These must be the fabled complimentary food and drink of the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices, safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
Okay, that's not helping. Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요. 일반적으로는 문제 없습니다.
Yeah, I don't like the way she was like, what is your definition of safe? And let's go off of that. Like, a flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by a rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of these processes prevents damage to your cells during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. Most normal cases.
동결 시에 발생하는 밀도의 증가나 수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도 이 모델은 전부 해결한 것으로 파우스트는 알고 있답니다.
Faust is aware that this module has fully resolved cell membrane breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change or by the formation of sharp ice crystals from frozen water molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니 문제가 없는 것과 다르지 않겠죠.
Yes, as far as Faust is aware, even if an issue were to arise during the journey, everyone will be reverted to their original state at the start of the train trip upon arrival. The outcome will be no different from here having been no issue in the first place.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다 재주.
You've got some real talent in dragging out something as simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words. Seriously.
네, 파우스트는 모든 방면에서 재주가 있으니까요.
Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. Look at her little smile. She was like, yeah, I know. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware? Are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다. 하지만 신도 아니죠.
As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being.
파우스트가 아직 구하지 못한 정보도 세상에는 존재합니다. 그렇기 때문에 사실은 말할 수 있어도
Yeah, she knows most outcomes, true. There still exists in the world information to which Faust has yet to have access. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Okay.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북부 끝자락에 있는 지역인데 눈을 감았다가 뜨면 도착이라니.
They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. P-Corps way up there in the northernmost corner of the city, but this thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver.
준비되었는가, 로시나테오? 이제부터 길고 긴 야정이 시작되는 걸세.
Bro, she's like hyperventilating. She's like, ooh, ooh, prepare thyself, Rosinante. Thus begins the long jaunt.
그러고 보니까 돈키호테.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask Dawn.
그 신발 빨긴 하는 거야?
Do you know, ever wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Radia?
아니, 생각해 보니까 우리 그 고래 뱃속에서 한참 갇혀 있었을 때 기억나?
No, I mean like, think back to when we were inside that whale.
그 고래가 터지면서 온갖 찌꺼기들이 다 묻었었잖아. 옷이랑 신발 할 거 없이.
When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of its gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah.
그래서 우리 그 살점이랑 피 같은 옷들 세탁하느라 고생 좀 했었고.
And do you remember how much we had to scrub to get that bloody, fishy, fleshy gunk out of our clothes?
별로 유쾌한 기억은 아니지만 그랬었죠.
This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah.
그때 돈키호테 혼자 저 운동화를 끝까지 안 벗고 버티고 있었다니까.
Right, and do you also remember how Dawn never took her shoes off once during that whole ordeal?
듣고 보니 좀 꼬질해 보이긴 하네요.
Ew! Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy.
자네들, 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어놓는 기사를 본 적이 있는가?
I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed?
기사 자체를 본 적이 없는데.
Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though.
그렇다면 이제라도 보고 듣고 기억해 두시게.
Then thou shalt know, starting now. Behold it, hearken to it, and remember it well.
저자들은 단 한순간도 조용히 있는 법이 없군.
They don't spare us even a moment of quiet, do they?
와, 그런데 오티스 씨도 이런 곳에 와보신 적이 있나 봐요?
Wow, have you been on one of these before, Otis?
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지.
Ew, I'm still thinking about her freaking boots though, or her shoes, like... Ugh. I have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiose back then. This is nothing to fuss over. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred on one of these first-class cars? Yes?
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred above warp trains will not be shared.
그게 무슨...
What do you mean? Uh-oh.
곧 출발하려나 본데요.
Looks like the train's about to depart. Oh my god.
P사의 PW612 워프 열차 곧 탑승 수속을 마감합니다.
This is the warp train PW612 bound for P-Core. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class cars suddenly became a lot busier.
그럼 너무 늦기 전에 캡슐에 들어가도록 하죠.
Then, let's hurry and enter our capsules before it's too late. Night night. Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners made it into their capsules no problem, but... I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
Are you nervous, Dante? I think so?
워프 10분 전.
Oh god. Initiating warp in 10 minutes.
제가 돕도록 하죠. 우선 내부에 기댄다는 느낌으로 서신 뒤.
Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and... Why is Dawn raising her hands like she's on a fucking roller coaster? Like, praise the sun, Dawn. Praise the sun! Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she's done something like this before. Then press the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Oh my gosh, she's so excited. She's like, hell yeah, we're going on a ride. Oh my.
너무 걱정하지 마세요.
Do not worry too much.
금방 다시 보게 될 겁니다, 단테.
We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything.
우리 열차는 이제 워프하겠습니다. 좌석 벨트가 단단히 메어졌는지 다시 한번 확인 부탁드립니다.
Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. Little did I know back then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment."
단테, 일어나야 합니다.
Dante,
단테.
you must wake up. Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was...
상정 외의 상황입니다.
An unexpected situation has occurred. That something had seriously gone wrong. Alright, I gotta keep drinking water. I'm not used to, like, having to read. Ooh, just more story. Okay. I'm fine with that. Disappearing passengers. Alright, we got time for that. And turn. Dante. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any mode of expression. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry.
아니요. 도착하지 않았습니다.
We haven't even left yet. No, we have not arrived at our destination. Huh? But once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. Just like one frown, like one little wrinkle. You could tell that she was a little bit more antsy. So, this train is still running?
그렇습니다.
Yes. Then, where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를 표류하고 있을 것이라고 판단되네요.
I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive, deep breath at the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of the situation. But, this is all just part of the plan, right, Faust? I don't like how many dots she has in her silence. You know, usually maybe it's like 3 or 4, you know? Like right about here. Triple that. I don't even like the fact that they gave her so many freaking dots. That was an unusually long silence from Faust. That's what I just said. That was too much. That was triple the amount of freaking dots.
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
You are half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Hi, Hyuna!
벌써 도착한 거야? 야, 진짜 눈 감았다가 뜨면.
Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened in the blink of an...
아닙니다.
No.
뭐야. 진짜 도착한 거야? 정말 눈 감았다 뜨니까.
What's this? We're here already for real? It really happened in the blink of an...
아닙니다.
No. Wait, is every sinner gonna say this? Whoa, we're here already. I guess I really was worrying over
아닙니다.
No. He was about to say, he says, oh.
아닙니다.
He didn't even get to say anything. He just goes, oh, no. He even has a little smile on his face too. What the fuck? No.
아직 아무 말도 안 했네.
I have not uttered a single word yet. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching out play on about 10 consecutive occasions.
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만
That's so funny. No.
다시 한번 설명해야만 할 것 같습니다.
Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary? And that brings us to the present.
그러니까
Let me get this right.
지금 이 차는 아직도 운행 중이고.
This train's still running?
우리는 어딘지도 모를 차원을
And we're drifting through some unknown dimension?
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들리는군.
Aught about that striketh me as quite dramatic.
제일 중요한 건 이 모든 상황이 벌어질 걸 파우스트, 당신은 처음부터 알고 있었다는 거고.
Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust?
그렇습니다.
Yes.
뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
What the hell is wrong with you, huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgil intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
Are you actually serious? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the fan.
문을 연다 하여도 수천 내로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
Opening the door will result in near immediate destruction of the physical body.
그래도 파오, 앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지?
Hey, Fao, at least tell us you know what to do like you always do. You've got a plan, right?
그렇지?
Right? Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond.
뭐야? 쟤 왜 저렇게 얼빠진 모습인데?
What's up with her? Lass looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something's unexpected happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Alright, tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. I like how he had to caveat that too, because you know, freaking Faust encyclopedia speak, right? Don't use the big words. Don't use the big words. In a way that we can all understand. Because if you talk like freaking Mersol or like Yisong, they fucking... You gotta be careful, because not everyone's gonna understand that shit. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요.
If you say so, I'll go along with it.
그래, 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴 했지.
Fine. I suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything.
감사합니다. 그럼.
Thank you. Then, after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. I'm so glad that they gave us the gist, because I feel like if there was no gist or summary, this would become Herbert all over again. Like, not even joking. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corps, having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는 문제가 없었을 겁니다. 저희가 가진 정보와 일치한다면 워프 열차가 도착하는 대로 그 뒤틀림은 W사의 처치를 받아 승객으로 돌아갔을 테니까요.
I mean, we still got kind of a yap, but The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Core. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
사라진다니? 이 열차에서는 그러고 싶어도 그럴 수 없지 않은가?
Passengers? Spirited away? Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not?
그 부분을 포함하여 저희가 이유와 결과를 알아내야 하겠죠.
That is the problem whose precise cause and effect we must determine. Did W Core share anything to get us started? Yeah, great movie, by the way. Great movie.
이번 오해를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corps refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of their singularity. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with the W Corps logo on it before continuing with her explanations.
대신 이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 열어둘 수 있는 마스터 카드키를 받았으니.
However, we were given this master key card that can open and close the hibernation capsules at any time.
의뢰를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토 팰리스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면 캡슐로 돌아가 안전하게 도착할 수 있겠죠.
We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning.
날개라는 건 왜 하나같이 이 모양인 건지.
These bloody wings. Every single one of them has been absolutely barmy.
중요한 단서는 전부 감추고 정답을 찾아오라고 하는 건 좀 불친절한 것 같네요.
I think it is a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces.
적어도 T사에서는 멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이 조수로 따라와서 이것저것 설명해 주셨는데 말이에요.
At least at T-Corps, their executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us.
파우스트 씨도 마음고생이 많으셨을 것 같아요.
It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh.
그래도 뭐가 있다는 티 정도는 내줄 수 있었을 텐데.
I would have appreciated if you at least gave us a hint.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만 파우스트 씨의 행동이 하나하나 감시당하고 있는 건 아니잖아요.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring everything you say and do, right?
그건
That is... But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece.
다음엔 참고하도록 하죠.
Next time, I will take your inputs into account. And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is Faust we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation.
그래서 이제 우리가 어떤 일을 하면 되는 거지?
So what's next on our agenda?
그래, 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까 여기서 평생 썩어야 하는 상황은 피한 것 같고.
Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box.
그 부분을 관리자님과 잠시 상의해 보도록 하겠습니다.
That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust?
목소리는 낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요.
Now we're whispering? Now we're what? We must converse in a lower volume, Dante. What? Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety.
제젤 샤프트. 아니, 파우스트가 연결되지 않습니다.
Oh. Well, that is a problem. Yeah, okay. I understand why you wanted to, yes. My connection to Gesellschaft, I mean, Faust, has been severed. I'm sorry, what?
저는 파우스트의 정보를 열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
Yeah, she always says I now instead of Faust. Usually she says Faust cannot access knowledge at the moment, but she's now referring to herself as I. I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. And just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. Huh. Damn, got kicked from the server is crazy. Doesn't I've heard there was a no. I mean, like 99.9% of the time she does. So that's still very uncommon for her. I only follow cute people. Oh! You're welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, guys. They think I'm cute. Guys, they think I'm cute. Am I cute? It has to be true because they followed me and they said that they only follow cute people. Watch them like immediately unfollow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Bald? What do you mean? What the fuck? Why are you making me bald? Oh my god. This is why I'm gonna freaking fight chat. Okay, so this is the part where we can start getting rewards. It looks like we got battle time now. Battle time with the rewards. So let's check to see if we have... I have some W Core agents. I think this is all I have though. Well... okay, I do have a Faust one as well. These are only gonna give me... I can get a total of what? 40, right? For the events? I don't remember. And then, see that then... I don't remember who all I have. It's been a long time. Let me just check everybody. Alright, so it looks like I have 3. Did I check everybody? So it looks like I have 3. You can raise it to 120. Oh, okay. I see. Hi, Raysphere. How are the dings? We actually haven't had any dings yet because we've just been doing story. But this is our first time getting into story and combat, so hopefully we get the good dings. W Core Otis with the Dimension Shorter Ego can give 60. Otis. Wait, support. I forgot support's like different. Here? 60%. Because doesn't the ego give like an additional 20 or 40? I don't remember how much the ego gives too. Okay. So also has an ID that gives 40. It was an event ego, so it gives 40%. Ah, okay. Let's see. We're at 100. You said 120, right? So we're already... I think we're good. I think we're okay. I just gotta figure out who all I want to bring now. Let me just switch out some of these. Maybe I just do this. What are we gonna do? 6? Okay. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's whatever. I am not trying to build a team or do anything. I'm just sending people in, so. What? Who? Oh, these guys are all level 1. Wait, did we? I didn't get these guys up to. Hold on. No, they're at, oh, so I'm at max right now. 55 is after the next Canto, right? Okay, so then yeah, we're fine. He also have double cover Yoshu? I don't think I do. Oh no, actually, let me do a Show Pack. Let me do that. $50, $55, $50, $50. All right, at least the core team is at least at. Yeah, we're fine. That's fine. You have an uptight Captain Ish? Oh well. What do you mean you can't?
말 그대로입니다. 평상시에 얻을 수 있던 파우스트의 의견과 정보를 아무것도 얻을 수 없다는 뜻이죠.
I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time?
그럴 가능성을 배제할 수는 없지만 그것에 대한 것도 확실하지 않습니다.
One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, right now you're...
네, 지금은 제가 갖고 있는 지식만을 활용하고 있습니다.
Yes, at this moment I am limited to utilizing only the knowledge that is in my possession.
원인은 알 수 없습니다.
Oh no! Oh my god, bro. Okay.
충분히 테지만 아마 파우스트는 이런 예측 불가능한 차원과의 연결까지는 상정하지 않았던 것이겠죠. 혹은
Let me drink some water.
아직 교차 관측을 하지 못했을지도.
I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this. Or, even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not have been subject to cross-observations yet.
그것도 아니라면 아닙니다.
If that is not the case, then no, never mind.
탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끊기게 된다는 정보는 없었습니다.
There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest,
부분적인 당혹감을 느끼고 있는 상태입니다.
I find myself in a somewhat perplexed state. Well, yeah, I can only imagine for her sake. Alright, I get it for now. Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my, clock, the sinners, and... I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다.
Understood.
그리고 수감자들에게는
And to the sinners,
운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도 충분히 혼란스러워하는 것 같으니 구테여 파우스트의 현재 상태에 대해서는 공유하지 않는 편이 좋을 듯합니다.
the fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. It would be best not to share Faust's current state with them and add an unnecessary source of tension.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차문을 부숴도 다 뒤진다는 거야?
What? So wrecking this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all going to bite it once it opens?
어휴, 그러니까 히스클리프 씨 힘으로는 부술 수도 없다니까요.
How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down?
여기서 10억 년 동안
A billion years? In this box? Yeah, that might be best.
그래서 이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지? 객실에 샅샅이
God damn it,
수색하거나
Sinclair.
뭐 그런 거야?
So, what now? Do we take a searching sweep through each car or something?
큰 틀에서는 맞다고 할 수 있겠네요.
In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을 시작한 후 A사 표준 시간을 기준으로 3일 정도 지난 상태입니다.
By A-Core standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure.
저는 림버스 컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로 캡슐에 비치된 마스터 카드키를 획득하고 3일 뒤에 자동으로 열리게끔 설정했죠.
As per the contract between Limbus Company and W-Core, I acquired the master key card placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days.
3일.
3 days, huh?
눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같았는데 동면이란 건 이런 느낌인가 봐요.
I feel like I just blinked and I guess that's hibernation for you.
이미 알려진 대로 일반 석칸에서 1등 석칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만
As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched.
제 추측과 W사의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면 일반석은 이미 문제의 상황이 진행 중일 것이라고 생각됩니다.
However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W-Core's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars.
그 뭐야? 지들끼리 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고 그러는 걸 말하는 거냐?
The part where they thrash the shite out of one another, tearing their limbs off, all that mess?
아니요, 아니겠죠. 사흘 만에 그렇게 되는 것도 쉬운 일이 아닐 뿐더러 그런 상황에 우리를 투입시키지는 않았을 테니까요.
No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W-Core, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary they want us to deal with.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는
Precisely. In my opinion, it is...
잠시만 기다리게.
Oh, hold that thought for but a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Dawn raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
뭔가 들리지 않는가?
Dost thou hear aught as I do?
흠난 아니 두드리는 소리인가? 분명 이 문 너머에.
Oh, I don't like that scratching. Ugh. Scratching? Nay, rapping. Forsooth, past this gate must be... As Dawn kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face.
아무래도 저기에 무슨
Oh, it is Pyramid Head. Yeah, when he drags his freaking weapon across the ground. It is possible there must be... Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust. who closed her eyes briefly in thought.
잠시 비켜나시죠, 돈키호테. 직접 보고 대응하는 편이 나을 것 같습니다.
Please step aside for a moment, Dawn. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
뭐야, 잠깐. 이 문 열려는 거야?
Oh, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door?
키스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을
Hi, Alazar.
따라보려고 합니다.
I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff.
고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
That there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations.
조언. 뭐 틀린 말은 아니지만 갑자기 왜 이래?
My suggestion? Well, I ain't going to disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass?
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수 없을 테니까요.
After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Oh god. After a brief mechanical beep... Oh my god! What the fuck?! Hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Jesus Christ! Why did that sound so fucking loud in my headset? What in the fucking jump scare, bro? Go. Bing, 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 bing! Have I missed the dings? Alright guys, just because we took a month-long break because of sickness doesn't mean you can't be fucking dinging correctly. Make sure you ding! Yes, yes with the ding. Alright, Dawn, get that ding! Yes! Give me another one. Give me one more! Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Ooh, nice ding, nice ding, nice dings! Let's go, Greg. Let's go, Greg! Yeah, Greg, you my boy! Come on, Greg. Yo! Get him! One more! Yo! One more! Yo! That's what I'm talking about. Death. Straight death. Let's go. Let's go, Heathcliff. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, Radia. Yes. Nice stagger. Nice death. What do we got? 2 staggered? Oh, YOLO. Let's go. Get him, Radia. He's so dead. Come on, Radia. There you go. Alright, as long as you got him killed, that's fine. That is totally fine. Yeah, how do we ding again, a manager?
파우스트군, 이들은 승객의 모습을 하고 있었지만
Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers,
제대로 사리 분별을 할 수 없는
verily,
이성이 존재하지 않는 자들 같았네.
verily, 'tis as though they were in complete want of sense.
마치 그 고래에 의해 백화된 것처럼요.
Like people palatified by the whale. Dawn, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information.
오늘따라 주위를 많이 돌아보는구려, 파우스트 양.
Ah, someone is very perceptive today, Yi-sung. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust.
그러게요. 평소 같았으면 저희가 관찰을 하고 있을 때 결론을 내주시지 않았나요?
Huh. Yeah, aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? The sinners were starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
Don Quixote, 이들은 죽지 않았습니다.
Ooh, they are not dead.
자세히 보시죠. 파편과 파편 사이에 무언가 이어져 있지 않나요?
Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not?
이 공간은 시간이 멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는
Ryoku, thank you so much for the stream streak.
이어져 있는 것이죠.
It appears that the flow of time has ceased in the space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Oh god, I gotta sneeze. Oh my god, I hate fucking sneezing, bro. Oh. It just felt like everything in my body was just imploding. Ugh. Ugh, thank you. Thank you. Hey, what'd I say? We got this.
뭐라고 했어?
Huh? What was that about? Oh, nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us.
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
The flow of time has ceased aboard a warp train, is it? Yi-sung grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived.
이 차원 바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히 느려져 있다.
How?
그렇게 볼 수 있지 않겠는가?
Blah, he's not done. Are you done? Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? I feel like that's a trap question.
네, 이상 씨의 의견이 합리적이겠네요.
Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Yi-sung.
파우스트 씨가 틀린 적도 있으셨나요?
Yo, that was a trap question. I think he's just trying to reconfirm that there is something wrong with Faust by asking these very, like, detailed questions about, or like, observations about what's going on. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Jeez, thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. Wow, Yi-sung sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're broaching the subject?
그래도 되겠는가?
Gladly, if you would allow me. Look at that smile. He's like, ha ha, let's go. He's like, my time has come. Let's go, Ultra. Thank you so much for the stream streak. Yi-sung began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이 존재하지 않소.
To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train.
너무 생략한 것 같은데.
And, can you maybe speak in a little less brevity?
말을 얹자면.
Yeah, to elaborate.
정말이군. 이자 심장이 뛰고 있네.
Verily, this one's heart beats still. Dawn lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso. What? And shouts with relief.
이들은 퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지
활동할 수 없는 상태로 나뒹굴고 있을 뿐이요.
Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated.
몸이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의 존재는 보존되고 한없이 유예되므로.
Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train. Existence in continuance of moratorium.
그저 한없이 가늘어져도 끊어지지는 않는 생명만을 붙든 채 일이 널브러질 뿐이지.
Forced they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life.
어려운 말은 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼 죽지는 않은 것이군.
I'll understand what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same?
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 따라 모아보면 승객 하나하나를 특정할 수 있다는 뜻이겠죠.
If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger.
자연스럽게 W4의 정리요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유를 추론할 수 있겠습니다.
Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corps cleanup agent has come to be.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을 조립해서 구별해둘 필요가 있을 테니.
I see. Because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. Oh. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists.
날개에 사는 일치고 심하지 않은 게 어디 있겠어?
Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, the passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened? From what I learned through the W Corps identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
Yeah, imagine having that on your resume as like job description. Corpse reassembly, cleanup agent, and then trying to describe what it is that you do. Put body parts back together. That is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked to me that Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Dawn sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Dawn up in her own way. Who she was a while ago did not find it even necessary to do something like that. What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right?
네.
Indeed.
정보를 수집 중입니다.
I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you... Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지
Are they
아시겠나요?
distortions? Or abnormalities? Oh, yeah. I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I've felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Pecatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. Sorry, I don't think they're either of those.
확신할 수 없는 건가요?
Is it difficult to be certain at that moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. So they're same but different. But same. But different. Got it. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know?
파우스트라면 알고 있을 수도 있겠지만 적어도 지금의 저는
Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. feel like I should apologize for that.
그러실 필요는 없습니다, 단테.
There is no need, Dante.
불확실한 정보지만 그 덕에 한 가지 추론에 도달할 수 있었기 때문에.
Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to do something of worth.
그리고
And
직접 정보를 수집하며.
Ew, did she just pick up a body part?
예상보다.
Collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Ew!
쟤 지금 살점 조각 들고 혼자 웃은 거야?
Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands?
드디어
Ryoku. No, Ryoku, sorry, Ryoshu. Sorry, I was looking at Ryoku's comment and I was like, Ryoku, no, Ryoshu. Finally, the awakening has begun. Yeah. She's cray-cray, man. Ryoshu is pleased. Okay. Greg, stop! Stop it! You know, that, right when we just talked about freaking body parts and gore and then just Greg does that shit. Okay. That's okay. Whatever. That always dude, I just, you know, that's the one thing that I did not miss about Greg. I missed everything else about Greg. I did not miss that about Greg. Yeah. I might as well be Ryoshu at this point. Doesn't get less funny. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I just keep forgetting that that is the thing that he does. Yeah. I wonder how they recorded that line, like what's making the noise. I know that you can create like, what is it? Like fake organs and stuff that they use for like special effects in like movies that have the same consistency as like actual organs themselves. Because I was actually watching like behind the scenes stuff, which is very fascinating, by the way. Doing special effects and then also doing like sound effects too, and how people record stuff is very, very fascinating. That's something that like I will forever just stop and watch if I ever get the opportunity to see it. But doing like squishy stuff like that, they actually get a very sensitive microphone. And they try to have it so that it's like either up against or even like inside of what they're squishing to like try to capture that noise. But yeah, you basically just take something that just has a lot of moisture, has a lot of gelatinous consistency, and you just kind of just do the squish and I don't know, I would never want to squish that in between my hands. I feel like it'd be gross. But so some pomegranates. I feel like pomegranates are too crunchy though. Like pomegranates can be a little bit crunchy. Like especially on the inside. Even though pomegranates are great though. Jelly? It would be like, it would kind of be like jelly, but it's like a lot firmer. It's like the jelly or like Jell-O, I feel like is too gelatinous. It needs to be like firmer, a little bit firmer. And I'm trying to think of what would be a little bit firmer than Jell-O. So they could have even used meat from the restaurant. They could have. Yeah, they could have. I was actually thinking something like grapes. Yeah, something that's gonna be firm, but that can still like have a lot of water in them. Like you can also create these things too. That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes when you see like movie special effects, right, and you see things like coming out of a body, like that's all that's a fake body, but they try to recreate it so that it still has the same like consistency and they can like capture the noise from that too. Watermelon. Probably watermelon. Watermelon's firm enough and it could have like water in it, yeah. Let me see. How do... let's check this out. I want to see. I'm curious. Yeah, that's the thing that kind of. Oh, you know, that's actually a good point. That's actually a good point. They have to actually do a lot of they do a lot of reenactments. So they probably take, like, you know, meat, chicken, stuff like that, like animal products, and they probably have to reenact the sound of that or just use that. Because, like, even looking it up, it says sound designers use a combination of food items and props to create body part squishing sounds. They mimic the texture and impact of the real thing through creative reenactment. So, like, they might crush a melon for head impact, break celery for a bone crack. They use a piece of raw chicken for the sound of stabbing flesh. A wet chamois cloth or a gelatin can be used for the general gushy sounds. So yeah, the gelatin is part of it. Like, they try to reenact. They try to reenact all of that, but I wonder if they actually, like... Yeah, they gotta be... Common materials and techniques for the squish and gore. Flesh impacts, they use flank steak to create the sound of a punch to the cheek. Stepping on fruit could be the sound of a skull being crushed. The gelatin or flubber, these substances can provide a wet, squishy texture when manipulated. Squeezing a water-soaked cloth can create a sound similar to liquid or blood. Fruits and vegetables for sounds of head being crushed, while raw chicken can simulate stabbing. And also layering too, yeah, a lot of layering. You gotta get super creative with this. You gotta get super creative. That's why I think sound designers are amazing, because their creativity and imagination blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind. I would have never thought that this would have sounded like this. But somehow they were like, I wonder if this could sound like it. They just create magic. Yep. Very dedicated to the act. Yep. Sound file, I think that's what it's called, is crazy. Yeah. The infamous Nikkei crunch sound. No. I wish that sound could get purged forever. And that was, no one ever finds out how to make that sound. No. That's the worst. We just need to purge that sound and never ever have that be a thing ever again. Yuck. Disgusting. Alright. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we open the door next to the cabin only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
I feel like there's more blood in this one. Or maybe... It sounds like there are other survivors. Yeah, bring out the concept... Wait, I love that fucking sound at the end. Wait, I want to capture that forever. That's fucking hilarious. Passengers in danger, fret not, for I have arrived to... Whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Oh. Right. Like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open? Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit threatening. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect the civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Damn, she just called Greg old.
아씨, 구시계 때론 제일 빛을 발할 수 있다는 걸
Huh.
보여주랴?
You want to see what this old timer's got left in him?
그대 복식을 보아하니 북부의 사람인게로군.
Thou art from the north, verily? Thy garb is that of northerners, no?
아이, 이 와중에 무슨 오타령이야?
This really ain't the time, lass.
아무튼 이쪽이나 그쪽이나 같이 그 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데 비켜주지.
Anyways, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment.
너희를 뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안 물렸다는 증거 있어? 내가 이곳을 어떻게 지키고 있었는데?
Nah. How do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste.
물렸다니 뭔 소리야?
Bitten? Bloody hell are you on about?
왜 아무것도 모른다는 표정이지? 일반실에 있었으면 분명.
Weird, you look completely lost. If you were in one of those economy cars, I'm sure you've seen...
잠깐.
Hold on.
너희 1등석에서 왔어?
Are y'all from the first class car?
네. 캡슐에서 방금 깨어난 상태였어요.
Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules.
보기에는 1등석이라. 진작 말하지.
But none of you look very, I mean, aren't first class seats supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go?
내 이름은 사샤.
Sasha? Damn, she called us poor. Name's Sasha. Multi-crack office rep. Crack office? What the damn hell? Hi, Lacros. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass.
사샤, 당신도 이 객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha?
뭐 그렇지.
No, I haven't.
우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서 잠깐 넘어왔는데 열차가 이딴 식으로 고장난 데다. 아니, 고장난 게 맞나?
We warped over to T-Core after picking up one of their contracts, but jeez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken?
배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌도 잘 안 드는 것 같고. 이거 좀 수상하긴 해.
I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shady bullshit if you ask me.
의체인데도 그런 게 느껴지셨나요?
You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body?
아, 먹고 자는 게 취미라. 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So, I made sure to get high-quality parts for him so I can still feel them all.
그것보다 그 밖에도 일어난 일이 있지 않나요?
Hasn't something else of note also occurred?
아, 그래. 완전히 난리도 아니었다고.
Yeah, you bet your ass. You bet your ass did something else of note go down.
정신 사납군. 출삭되지 않고 말할 수는 없나?
How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper?
팔이라도 덜 휘적거리면 좋겠는데.
Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that.
그건 좀... 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고 있으니까 이해해라.
Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep them swinging if I want them to sync up with the other parts ASAP.
아무튼 뭔 일인지는 모르겠는데 갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저 사람 가리지 않고 막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어.
Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden.
정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고.
Haven't a goddamn clue as to who they are, but don't they seem like they can understand us either.
다행히 나랑 저 사람들이 타있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고 여기 빈 객실로 데리고 나온 거지.
Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. Just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. Oh, someone's hyperventilating. Panic. 3,201 red colors? 3,002 red colors?
저 승객들이 변해버릴 수도 있는데도 불구하고 보호할 생각을 하셨군요.
You have decided to protect them despite the potential risk that they may transform as well?
그거야 당연한 행동이지. 해결사들이란 선두에 서서 약한 자들을 보호하는 존재들이니.
But of course! 'Tis an expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak.
나는 이미 이 승객들을 사흘 동안 지켜봤어. 그리고 지금껏 한 명도 변하지 않았고.
I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations.
지금 이 객실칸 너머는 죄다 지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 걸 보면 뒤에서부터 뭔 일이 벌어져서 앞으로 번졌다는 게 내 추측이야.
Go past this car, and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way out to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back, and it spread like wildfire till it reached here.
내 이야기는 여기까지. 그래서 너희는 뭔데? 1등석 부자분들께서 어떤 연유로 이런 서민들이 있는 곳까지 행차야?
And that's all I can tell you about the situation. So, what's your story? Why do you rich first-class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence?
여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의 고급스런 1등석 칸에는 아무도 들어갈 수 없었을 텐데.
Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars, so what's your business down here?
저희는 W4에서 이번 사건을 해결하기 위해 고용한
W Corps has hired us to solve this case. We are...
해결사!
Dawn. We're fixers!
네, 해결사입니다.
Indeed, fixers. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Dawn's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 전부 1등석에? 그쪽 사무소는 돈이 썩어나나 보구만.
Fixers! Huh. They got every single one of you as a first-class ticket? Your office must be rolling in the dough.
아니지, 잠깐.
Wait a goddamn second.
그럼 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고 있었다는 건가?
So W Corps already knew that this would happen?
근데 진짜 날개의 의뢰를 받은 거 맞아? 믿음이 안 가는데.
Are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust ya.
이미 잘 아시겠지만 해결사들 간의 가장 중요한 건 계약과 그 이행이죠.
As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance to fixers.
그리고 W사는 다른 날개들 이상으로 보안을 중시하고 있고요.
With that in mind, please recall that W Corps is one of the most secretive wings of the city.
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 WHOMST 협회 계열이랑 얽히면 골치 아프니까. 그래서 증거는 없다.
She's quick on her feet. A non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those oomphy boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corps.
W사에서 사전에 받은 마스터 카드 키입니다. 어지간한 문은 열 수 있죠.
This is the master key card given to us by W Corps. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corps.
카드 키? 이걸로 잠겨있던 1등석 통로를 열고 W사 로고에 꽤 고급 재질. 진짜 의뢰를 받았나 봐.
A key card? So you use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car? Let's see. W Corps logo. Whoa. Nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth.
좋아. 나저 묻진 않을게. 돈도 안 되는 일에 연루되고 싶은 마음도 없고.
Alright. I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either.
일을 해결하려면 뒤로 가겠다는 거네.
So, I guess you gotta go all the way down there for that job, huh?
그렇죠.
Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way, then with one of her free hands pointed towards the opposite door.
죽으러 가겠다는데 말릴 필요도 없지. 아니면 뭐 실력이 대단하면 다 구해서 돌아올 수도 있겠지만.
Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. Or your victory lap. If you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to y'all.
격려 고맙네, 해결사 사샤요.
I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha.
이것은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을 무사히 지켜내시게.
I shall trust thee with protections of this fortress. Prithee protect the innocents in my stead. You just freaking cast confusion on Sasha and it was super effective.
저기 이 뒤에 있는 괴물들을 처리해 주러 가시는 건가요?
Big sis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Oh? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Dawn's coattails. Aye, forsooth.
그럼 언니는 유명한 해결사예요?
Oh, are you a famous fixer?
그렇지. 본인은 명망 높은 해결사 라네.
Forsooth, once again, thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer.
저도 언니처럼 해결사.
Whoa, I want to be a fixer too, just like you.
예, 너무 치근덕대면. 아우 죄송합니다. 저희 애가.
Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry. She's my daughter and.
아닐세. 괜찮네. 더 놔둬도 되는데. 해결사가 꿈인가 보구나.
Worry thyself not. 'Tis no bother. No bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire.
당신 같은 자가 열차에 탑승하고 있어서.
Hi, you two. How you doing?
저런 어린아이도 구할 수 있었으니.
It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured that child's survival.
무슨 말이야? 다들 왜 이래? 같은 바닥 처지끼리.
What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work.
당연히 머릿수대로 긴급 보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜 자꾸 둘 다 똥짠지 같은 소리야?
I'm just here to collect some sweet, sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what?
그렇군요.
I see. I don't think Dawn needs to hear what she just said. She's gonna ruin the image of fixers.
파우스트 씨, 다시 봤어요.
Didn't know you could be like that, Faust.
무엇을 말씀이시죠?
Be like, what?
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한 마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은 없었다는 거 알면서도 돈키호테 씨에게 동조해 준 거예요.
You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Dawn's delusions anyway, am I right?
또다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요.
Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again.
보셨어요? 눈이 얼마나 반짝거리던지. 평소에도 그랬지만 오늘따라 의욕이 완전히 넘쳐오르고 있다니까요.
You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Dawn's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust strode towards Sasha with a question.
마지막으로 하나 궁금한 것이 있습니다.
I have one last thing to inquire.
질문 하나당 30만 원.
It'll be 30K on per inquiry.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 그런 판단은 유감이군요.
That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us.
저희 쪽 의뢰가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고 제보해 드릴 수도 있을 텐데요.
What you cooking, Faust? Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to our particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corps?
뭐야? 진짜?
What? Are you serious?
무슨 질문인데?
Well then, let me hear it.
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물들의 눈빛이 모두 붉지는 않던가요?
Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red, by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, and then answered.
글쎄, 온통 붉은색인 괴물이긴 했는데 은색이 중요한가?
I mean, she kind of has red eyes right now, so that's a little creepy. I don't know. These monsters were red all over, but is there something special about their eye color?
일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고 저 승객도 눈이 적색이었고 거기 너희 쪽에 칼 메고 있는 녀석도 눈이 빨갛잖아?
Wait, what? Well, for one, my prosthetic red eye is red. That passenger over there's got red eyes, and oh, you there, that lady with the big sword's also got red eyes.
이런 게 돈 되는 중요한 정보라도 되나?
What? Is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something?
아니요, 별것 아니었습니다.
No, well, it was just a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction and then opened the door to the next car. Okay, chatterbox. Oh, ew. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Ryoshu is like in freaking Disney World right now. Like she's like, she loves this. She's like, oh my god, I'm finally at home. Freaking Ryoshu, man. She cray. Alright. Painting of Hell. Looks like we got story and combat. Alright, hold on a second. Let me get some more water because I am drinking a ton of water having to read all of this stuff. And then I might grab a couple of, like, cough drops too. I'll be right back. Okay. Matek, I'm right here. I can see you. Ow! Okay, let me just pop this in my mouth real quick. Yeah, you've been caught. You've been caught. Alright, let's see. Painting of Hell. Funkin'! Ow! Beep. Ooh, I just cannot get comfortable in this chair. Y'all, I need some better recommendations for a gaming chair because I thought having a secret lab chair like 5 years ago was like the coolest thing. It is not. It's not comfortable anymore. I need me a good like ergonomic chair. Ow! Something that I can cross my legs like comfortably. Office chairs are the only thing about office chairs is they're still too narrow. I can't cross. I like sitting cross-legged. But the thing about office chairs is like I can't, they're not wide enough for me to sit cross-legged. These ones like they are kind of big enough for me to do that, but like it's still Herman Miller chairs are good, but they're mad expensive. They're very, very expensive. Maybe I need to put a Herman Miller chair on my throat. Crowdfunder Herman Miller. Ooh, look at the background. All the goopiness. Oh. Oh. Oh well. It's so alive. Come on with the dings. Oh yeah, I forgot to get the support. Oh, son of a bitch. I forgot it doesn't automatically stay. Oh well. At least I got some of the other ones on there. Oh, fuck. No, I'm not that pressed about it. It's not that big of a deal. Come on, Don. Gotta give me a ding. Come on. One ding. Damn, literally no dings. What the f— Radia, please. Ah, thank you. Thank you for making up for all the dinglessness behavior. Words. Thank you. Yes. And another one. Yeah, Radia stole all of the dings. It's crazy. Okay, okay. Got some dings here. Let's go, Greg. That's what I'm talking about. Ryoshi, give me that ding. Come on, Heath. Ring ding 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 ding. Ring ding 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 ding. Ring ding 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 ding. Ring ding ding ding. Bow bow. Okay. Come on, Heath. Give another ding. What are we doing? Dawn, please. Don't let him outding you. That's what I'm talking about. Do it again, Dawn, do it again. That's what I'm talking about, Dawn. Way to lock in. Way to lock in with the ding. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I like to see. Oh, I forgot my Otis is like level 1, so it's just she's gonna get her shit rocked. Oops. That was okay. We're fine. We're fine. Come on, Greg. Come on, Greg. Come on, Rishu. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Greg, what are we doing? You have a bigger ding than him. Ding harder. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Beauty, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, close enough. Welcome back, baby Ryoshu. We got baby Otis this time, not baby Ryoshu. Yeah. All right, Heath. Come on, Greg. Heath, what the fuck? You got 18. You better kill him with this one. That's what I'm talking about. Attaboy, Heath. Attaboy, Heath. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Man, I miss the dings. I miss dinging. Dun, dun, dun. All right, support. Support. That's only 40. Let's see. Like this. There's a 40 on that one. 40. How do I? No, that's a different one. There's a 60. There you go. And then we got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure. Yeah, whatever. We'll keep Otis in there. It's fine. She doesn't need to be a freaking backseat. Right, let's do it. Nice, Radia. Ooh, Radia, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Don't be letting that happen. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, Radia. Nice. Excellent, excellent. All right, everyone else, follow in the footsteps of Radia. Dawn! This is not Dawn's day. Dawn is just getting freaking raffle stomped with the dings. Come on, Dawn. I believe in you. I believe in you. Just gotta lock in. Just lock in. Lock in. Yup, yup. Come on, Greg. Nice soda. Nice, nice. Fuck him up. Hell yeah. All right, Gregory. Oh, Gregory. Looking at there. Okay. Opposed. Unopposed. They're all staggered, so that's fine. Okay, okay. Lock in, lock in. That's what we like to see, Dawn. Yes, Greg. Yes, Greg. Oh, he didn't even get to fucking finish. He's just straight death. Nice, Radia. Alright, they brought friends. Let's go. Chop, chop. Come on, keep up with the dings. Yes. Yes. I mean, now that some of them are at 45 sanity, it helps. Dawn got it up to what, 30? Okay, we're looking good. We're looking good. Yeah, keep up the dings. Keep up the dings. What we like to see. Gotta out-ding the other person. Flex your ding. Yeah, flex that ding. Yes. Ooh! Dawn's like, oh, you want me to flex my ding? Hold this. Dawn's like, I got you, fam. I got you, fam. You want my ding? Here, I'll give you a ding. Yo, she whipped out her ding. Come on, Dawn. I'll take it, I'll take it. 50-50, I'll take it. Yeah, she whipping out that ding. Dawn Swift here with the flex ding. The true big flex. Yup, hit him with that ding. Yup, and another one. Nice, nice stagger. Let's go, Gregory. Greg, this is gonna be death for this person. Straight up. Straight up. Nice, nice. Yo, Greg hits like a truck though. On some of these mobs, like, not only is he a freaking tanky boy, like, he hurts. Like, Jesus Christ. And they brought more friends. Yep. Hit him with that 3 ding course. Let's go. Yes, Greg. Yes. Jesus Christ. Nice, Dawn. Okay, okay. Yes. Yes. One more. Let's go. Should have been a kill though. It's okay. Roddy will clean up for you. Got that tag team. Roddy's like, I got this. 5 HP left. I got this.
좁은 곳에서 전투하는 건 제법 지치는 것 같아요.
Battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you.
어쩔 수 없어요. 저희같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은 좁은 곳에서 금방 지치기 마련이니까요.
Can't be helped. Fighting in narrow hallways like these is pretty exhausting for people who use long weapons like we do. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down.
파우스트 씨, 저들 정체는 대체
Uh,
무엇일까요?
who? Well, what are these things, Faust?
그래, 나도 아까부터 궁금했다고.
Not with the
왜 안
silence,
알려주는
Faust. Just make something up. Use your quick observation skills. Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden?
저것들은
Those entities are...
저것들은
Those entities are...
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
Well, what do you think they are? What do you think those entities are?
네?
Huh?
그걸 방금 제가 물어보지 않았나요?
Didn't I just ask you that same question?
아니면 설마
Oh no, are you
저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를 주시는 건가요?
giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, Faust did not confirm or deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence. He's like, oh my god, I finally get to like use my brain and come up with something. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think.
이 괴물들은 저희에게 화가 나 있거나 방해되는 존재라서 덤벼드는 느낌이 아닌 것 같아요.
These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us.
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 뭔가를 향해 맹렬히 돌진하고 있었네.
Quite. 'Tis apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in desperate quest of it.
맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도 목마름도 느껴지지 않을 텐데.
Right, that's strange though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains.
공격 패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격성을 우리를 향해 발산하고 있다고밖에 해석되지 않는군.
Ew, wait, I just saw the face here. Oh, I don't like that face that's right there. Like, the skeletons and stuff don't bother me, like all the ones here. But for some reason, this just, that's all it is, just face. That, It could be determined from the entity's behavior that their attack patterns have no basis in rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yeah, Love Town flashbacks, this creepy detail. Yeah, they're still alive too. Yeah, basically this person looks like their flesh just got stripped and pulled open. Yuck.
그리고 또 뭐가 있었죠?
Random face where it shouldn't be is more disturbing than a limb or a skeleton. That's what I mean. The skeletons aren't bothering me. Like, oh yeah, here's a rib cage, there's a rib cage, possible rib cage. You know, oh yeah, there's a skeleton there, there's a skull, cool, there's a hand there. Face, yeah, no thanks. Yes, and was there anything else?
그리고 또 모든 눈이 붉었던 것 같아요.
Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes.
신체 대부분에 붓지 않은 곳이 없었어.
Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red.
냄새는 피 냄새다. 피로 만들었겠지.
I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of.
그러하다면 피가 굳은 결정화된 느낌이라고 해야 바를 테지.
Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood.
네, 감사합니다. 모두들 유용한 정보였습니다.
Thank you all. Your insights have all been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that?
이번엔 운이 좋았습니다, 단테.
We are in luck, Dante.
열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중 곁다리로 읽어둔 지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만
I have read upon this subject as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination. Moments before we boarded the train, and while that will be as useful element in resolving the situation.
단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한
Hi,
정보를
Naoma.
추론하는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
The sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean, you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Oh, sorry, he's whispering.
그렇게 장담할 수는 없습니다만 적어도 시작점으로서는 기능할 테죠.
Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터 이 상황을 타개할 방법을 제시하겠습니다.
I will now present before you a solution to this predicament.
그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고 가는 것 말고도 뭐가 있는 거야?
Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way?
그 자체는 바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇인지 그리고 어떻게 W사의 의뢰를 완수할 수 있는지에 대한 가닥을 잡을 수 있을 겁니다.
That will not change, no. However, what I'm about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corps' contract and provide us with the possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it.
이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차에서 비슷한 사건을 일으킨 존재는
It is very likely that the entity behind the incidents on the train, and by extension, every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips,
매우 높은 확률로
is
혈귀입니다.
a blood fiend. That's... No! 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 Greg, no! No! No, 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 no! 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 Give me the... Ah! Give me the support! No! Greg, summon! No! I should have just skipped the support. I should have skipped the support. I don't know why I thought I should have go for the support. Fucking support, bro. Ruined everything for me. God. I could have easily just said to battle and taken Baby Otis with us, but I was like, no, don't forget the support. And then fucking Greg just, whatever. Jeez. Ayah. It's fine. This is fine. Greg, please, you gotta stop being the one at the end of the battle. I don't want to hear this anymore. Greg needed that release. It's been a while. What? Oh, it has been a month though, so yeah, I guess. Poor guy. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
A blood fiend? What in the name of wings is that?
네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데. 이런 신기한 거 관련이라면 뭐든지 알고 있는 줄 알았어.
Huh. You, of all people, haven't heard of blood fiends? Thought you were our team expert on obscure lore.
듣도 보도 못했다만 본인이 잊은 기사라도 있던 것인가?
Verily, I have neither read nor heard or mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory? Dawn furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very words sounded alien to her.
저도
Verily.
현실에 존재하는 줄은 몰랐어요. 그저 무서운 이야기로 만들어졌다고 생각했는데 마늘이랑 햇빛을 두려워한다고 하던가요?
I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children at night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right?
아, 제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는 햇빛이나 마늘은 뜬 소문이고 오히려 물을 무서워한다던데요?
That sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water.
혈기에 대한 보고는 나도 받아본 적이 있다. 지휘관이던 시절에 말이지.
I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past when I served as a commanding officer.
그들이 부린다는 부산물 더 본 적이 있다.
And I have seen the dregs that they command.
기억이 흐릿하지만 이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만.
There was a Bloodfiend among the ranks of the fingers too, but the things that Bloodfiend commanded weren't rubber glove looking like these.
하지만 좀 걸리는군. 그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다.
There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this.
내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
But don't you know this already?
네, 수감자 내에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다.
Yes, I see that some sinners have encountered Bloodfiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary.
말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈기 그 자체는 아니라고 보여집니다.
As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we've faced in this train do not appear to be Bloodfiends.
혈기에 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기 같은 존재. 관계자 사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가 있었습니다.
In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of.
그럴듯한 이름이지.
Not a terrible name, Ryoshu. Why would anyone name someone Bloodbag?
처음에 이야기했던 대로 통상적인 방법으론 워프 열차 내에서 승객이 사라질 수 없습니다.
As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances.
워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많음에도 예외를 찾아낼 수 없었죠.
Though our reserve of intelligence regarding warp trains, or W-Core, is vast, if incomplete, we could not find any exception to the above rule.
거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때 한 가지 추측이 성립된다는 걸 파악했습니다.
Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for the formulation of a new hypothesis. Alejandro, welcome in.
그럼 그 혈귀라는 곳은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
Wait, you're saying that these Bloodfiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence?
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized.
휘발.
Dissolved?
워프 열차는 승객들끼리 온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도 본래대로 돌려놓을 수 있습니다.
Highlight. No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey.
폭력이라는 것에는 여러 가지가 있겠지만 그중 식인도 분명 존재하겠죠.
While the word violence is a rather large umbrella term, it likely involves activities such as cannibalization. Yeah, ugh.
하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은
남,
소화의
남,
과정 또한 이루어지지
남.
않는 것과 마찬가지일 테니 결국 복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in a moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even cannibalized passengers can be reconstructed. Ew! Wait, so are you telling me that, like... No, you know what? I don't even want to think about that. Nope.
그저 입에 쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면 뱃속을 갈라내 그 핏줄 같은.
That's exactly what I was thinking! Ew, no! No, 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 no! I was literally just thinking, I was like, so if you're telling me that someone were to eat somebody else and there's no digestion that's supposed to happen on the train, they could literally just rip open the person, grab the body parts out, and then put the other person back together using the freaking okay. Yeah, body or in the applied sense, literally. Yeah. If they are merely stuffed to the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks and piece them back together via the vein-like things connecting each individual.
하지만 피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써
Yuck.
자신들의 존재를 유지할 수 있고.
However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims.
유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한다고 합니다.
And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms.
방금은
Hi, Doug.
소환하지
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion's not a thing here?
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 에너지를 얻기 위한 식사의 과정과는 다른 것 같습니다.
If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for bloodfiends and blood bags is a process fundamentally different from our consumption of nutrients for energy.
그들에게 혈액이란
Oh god, you got the fucking Faust paragraph. Okay.
돈, 존재의 자신들을 유지하기 위한 많은 것들이 포함되어 있는 무언가. 그렇기에 마음 먹는다면 혈액을 소비할 수 있고
Gotta let her yap.
소화 따위의 과정과는 별개로 이루어질 것입니다.
To them, blood is a culmination, an entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then it must follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. I tomai doena. Faust theory crafter mode. Look, she has to because she doesn't have freaking Gesellschaft, so she needs to freaking get this out of her system in her own way.
그 뭐냐 무슨 소리인지 절반도 못 알아듣거든.
I ain't following even half of that.
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리프 군은 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나 또는 기뻐할 수 있지 않은가?
You exist in a moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy? They continue to spark within you.
어? 그야 뭐 그렇긴 한데.
Well, I suppose they are?
그것이 변한 것인지.
Doing good, how are you? I'm doing good, doing good. She just pretend to be smart so nobody notices. True. Though we cannot tell whether they are in a state of alteration or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction, can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation.
승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고 파우스트 양은 설명한 것이요.
Interesting. The passengers' will to live, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, does it not all gently atrophy into non-existence, even amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to bloodfiends.
그런가? 그래서 바로 휘발된다 이거구만.
Ah, gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh?
승객의 구성 묘소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점을 끌어 모을 수 없을 거고요.
If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means they can't be pieced back together. That could pose as a problem, yes.
논지에 어긋남은 없군.
There is no incongruence in that logic. Thank you, Mr. Salt. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Yusong was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이요? 만약 그렇다면 어떠한 방식으로?
Could it be said that the blood bags are a direct creation of bloodfiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they...
거기까지는 정보의 접근이 제한되었군요.
Why did you say inaccessible? Why? That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Yisong's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust. And that's something we both want to avoid.
제한. 그렇군. 과거 그대가 말했던.
Inaccessible. Indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past.
추측이지만 피주머니로 만들기 위해서는 어떤 식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다. 그렇지 않다면 가장 성가신 존재인 저희가 멀쩡한 것이 말이 되지 않을 테니까요.
This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은 이 열차 어딘가에 숨어 있다는 말이겠군.
In that case, that villain of a bloodfiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train.
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의
Good job,
말이
Dawn.
신뢰한다면 이 피주머니들이 몰려온 건 열차의 뒷칸부터.
Indeed, if we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train.
즉, 나아가다 보면 반드시 그 혈귀를 마주하게 될 것입니다.
In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the Bloodfiend.
좋네. 무고한 승객들의 원한을 대신 풀어줄 기회. 본는 절대 놓치지 않겠네.
Very well. I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished at the villain's hands.
단테.
It seemed that Dawn was now invigorated, while the other sinners also appeared rather satisfied, now that we had a clear sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now. Moving forward. Alright, while we're doing the battle stuff, ads are going to be running, so I'm just going to let that run, so by the time we're done with this, hopefully we can just go straight into the story. So, do not fret. Do not fret that the ads are going. Go ding. Ding that shit. Come on, Greg. There you go. One more time. Give me that ding. Come on, ding. Greg! I swear to God. I let you do your little thing at the end, and you don't even sit here and ding. You better not freaking do your whole spiel at the end of this fight. You didn't even get to ding. Heathcliff, what are we doing? Radia, please ding for me, please. What is happening? Where are the dings? I mean, Otis got it, but Radia, what the fuck? What are we doing? What happened to all of our dings? Dawn, I swear to God. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. Nice, Ryoshi. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, okay. Alright. He may have a bigger ding than you. That's totally fine. I believe you will out-ding. I was wrong. Oh, come on, Radia, come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. One more. Let's go, Radia, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Freaking take a ding down. Let's go. Good job, Greg. Good job, Greg. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Radia coming in. She's locking in. She's locking in. Come on, Greg. Kill. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Everyone staggered but one. Okay, just drive that across then. Let's go, Dawn. Let's go, Dawn. Nice stagger. Let's go, Radia. There you go. Death right there. Greg, finish. Oh no, this is only his freaking... Still, it's good enough. Good enough. Come on, Heath. Give me a ding and freaking clean this up. Clean this up. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Heath. Alright, Otis, you got a big ding. You better freaking ding all of your dings, even though you're only at 0 sanity. Ding all of your dings! Fuck! I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's probably death anyway. Excellent. I'll take the death. I'll take the death over the dings. Shoo! Alright, we got another wave. Let's go. What do you guys have? There's only... Dawn shot up with her freaking sanity. Everyone else still sitting at 0. That's fine. We got this. We don't need it! That's right. Hit that shit. Come on, Ryoshu. Was that a stagger? I don't think that... No, you were just short of a stagger. Boo! Nice, 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 nice. Get those dings, get those dings! Damn. Alright, Dawn. You're at 45! Give me all the dings! Yes, yes! One more! One more! Finish him! Let's go! Alright, Greg, come on. Fuck him up. Yup, nice stagger. Alright, they brought another friend. Enemies at 5 out of 10? I could have sworn... Alright, that's fine. Yes, get him with that ding. Yo, fuck his ding. He don't need that ding. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Yup, and another one. Nice. Nice stagger, too. Oh, oh, okay. Come on, Dawn. Nice dings, nice dings. Dawn literally just said, hold this. That guy was a full HP bar, wasn't he? I do like the secret 4th ding. That always brings me great joy. Nice, nice kill. Alright, Heath, come on. You only got 35. Fuck him up. You got 3 dings. You're using your Thundercleave. This is gonna be easy. Let's go, Greg. No, I'm gonna be mad if Greg gives MVP. He don't need that shit. We don't need to hear him freaking busting one out. That's twice we've heard it this stream. No, we don't need Greg to be MVP. Radio with the ding. Come on. Radio with MVP. Or Dawn. All by myself. You got no friends with you. Yup. No, Greg does not deserve MVP. I swear to God, if Greg... At that point, if I see Greg pop up for MVP, I'm not even gonna try to click away because it's not gonna be fast enough. Come on, Dawn. Dawn's MVP. Manifesting Dawn. Yeah, if I see Greg pop up on the screen, I give up. I'm not even gonna try to click away. It's a lost cause. Ah, that's what I'm talking about, Dawn! Yo! Let's go! I will force close the game if freaking Greg popping up with the MVP, bro. I'd be so pissed. No. I'd be pissed. It's so over. Yeah, it's so over. Fuck that. Oh my God. Actually mad if he popped up again. No, he already has it twice. He don't need it 3 times. He's good. He's fine. Oh, let's see. We'll grab the support real quick. There we go. And everyone's good to go. Okay. 3rd time's the charm. Jesus Christ. Alright, ads are over, right?
그래서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 전부 처지게! 이유가 있겠지.
All the dings. All of the dings. Do, 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 do. Dawn. Dawn. Sweetheart. If you don't ding, and Greg does, you know what that means? Greg's gonna be getting MVP. I'm gonna need you to ding. I'm gonna need you to ding a little bit more. Hi, Greg. Good. You don't need to ding either. It's fine. Exactly. No, we don't need dings from you either. It's okay. This is gonna be a Radia sweep. Come on, Radia. Come on, Radia. That's what I'm talking, Radia. Don't let Greg get that MVP. I love you, Greg, but no Greg. No Greg MVP. We're fine. Good. Let him have an unfair advantage. Keep it that way. The rare encouragement for dingless behavior, I know. Look, the fact that this man has already gotten 2 MVPs despite him having a unfair advantage doesn't really matter. Greg, stop killing things! You didn't even get the stagger on that one. At least get a stagger next time. Nice stings. Let's go Dawn. Let's go Dawn. Okay, I got 2 staggers. Fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Hi, Hippo. No place Greg in the first slot, so he's a higher chance for MVP. No. Yeah, no, don't ding. Don't ding. It's fine. You don't need to ding. It's fucking cold. Bro, it's like 70 degrees out. What are you talking about? Like, the humidity came back today, and I was like, ew, it's gross out. Overdrive, welcome in, welcome in. It feels like 27 out here with cold rain. Well, if that's the case, then we're probably gonna get it this week. I think right now we're in like a very like warm streak right now, and then we're gonna be getting that cold front, so that's gonna be us in a couple days. God, I wish it was like 70 out here. Yeah, snow inbound? What the fuck? Damn, yeah, that cold front must be coming through then. I'll be getting that either, yeah, Monday or Tuesday. You guys have snow? My only thing is that I don't get like good snow. It's like slushy, not very good snow. I'm ready to snowboard. I've tried snowboarding once. That's it. Y'all make snow cream. No. Bad snow sucks. I know, it's not fun. It's not, I don't like, what is this? Yeah, the thing is that when it lands, it just automatically turns to slush. Like, there isn't no, like, powdery, cute snow that blankets everything. No. Temperature hasn't gone over 50 out here in the last 3 days. Yeah, so today was, like, surprisingly warm. The other 2 days were kind of nice, like, fall weather. I think it was, like, high 40s, low 50s, and it was, like, very crisp fall air. It was really, really nice. Beautiful. But then today it like jumped up and I was like, ew, it is warm. It's like 70 degrees out. I was like, huh. It's an Olympic snowboard. No, I've done it once. Come on down. Come on down. No, Gregor don't need that MVP. Cease. Please go straight to story. Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, there's been more. There's been more that's been added to the weapons. Looks like there's like armor, clothing. More stuff's been. Oh, this is just, yeah. Manager Esquire, halt! Behold this poor fellow. He still lives. Oh. More skellies. This one doesn't even have a head anymore. It's just clothes. Don her her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. No, stay away from me, you monsters! Hey man, we're not those monsters. You all right?
당신도 변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 벌레 팔 같은 걸로도
Oh. That arm. You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. What? No, this is... Greg stumbles for words, scoffed, and then cast his gaze towards the floor in disbelief.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지. 이게 뭐 의체인지 괴물인지.
Aw, poor Greg. This is the only time I feel bad for Greg. I love Greg in every aspect but his MVP. That's it. That's it. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this is whether this arm's a monster, a prosthetic, or whatnot.
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은 최근 도시에서 보기 드물기 때문에 착각할 수도 있다.
It was 32 degrees this week, and it'll be up in the 50s and 60s, so it'll probably change throughout the week. That's how I get sick. That temperature fluctuation. Ugh, I hate it. It is possible that you are mistaken due to this bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. Stop calling him old! He is old, but like, he's not that old.
의체.
A prosthetic?
다행이네요. 전또 그 미친 놈들이 쳐들어올까봐. 보다시피 다리도 이 모양이라 여기 숨어 있을 수밖에 없었거든요.
That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
So, what are the W Corps employees doing aboard this train? Huh, you're right. From what we found out about the warp trains to the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train.
외부 의뢰로 온다던 해결사들이죠. 저희는 당신들을 도와서 사건을 해결하라는 명령을 받았습니다.
You're the contracted fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract.
저희라고 하기엔 저밖에 안 남았지만요. 동료들은 저 앞칸에서 차례대로 이성을 잃어가더니 결국
I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and
그럴 수가... 파우스트군, 피주머니가 원래대로 되돌아갈 수 있는 방법은 없는 것인가?
This cannot be. Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags?
죄송합니다. 그 정보도 아직 열람할 수가 없군요.
My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as sincere as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게 너무 많은 부분을 의지하고 있었을지도 모르겠군요.
I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. If when the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
뭐 괜찮습니다.
Well, what can I do, right? What do you do? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever.
이런 공간이 잘도 저런 걸 숨겼고.
They made good use of this space. And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open.
이게 무엇인가? 설마 저 앞에 있는 혈기를 해치는 비밀 무기가 숨겨져 있다거나?
What in the name of wings is this? Perchance hast thou hidden here a weapon most powerful? A weapon most feared by the Bloodfiends?
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
Oh, that holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first-class car, but why would that thing be here? The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Oh, he gonna put himself in there.
이제 좀 살겠네요.
Oh, finally.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
What is it that thou seekest to do?
이런 상황을 위해 W사에서는 직원용 소형 동면 포드를 준비해 놓았거든요.
W Corps prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies.
그랬군. 그럼
Verily. Then, huh?
그럼 남은 일은 잘 부탁드려요.
Good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone.
갔어.
There he goes.
가버리셨군요.
He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... well, let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Damn, he said deuces. Goodbye. I ain't gonna be here no more. I know, he's supposed to assist us. Yes! It's not Greg, let's go! Let's go, let's go. It's not Greg, it's not Greg. Alright, next car. A little over halfway through. Wait, what are we at? Oh shit, I didn't mean to click that part. Go back. Stages. We are at 9 out of 15. Okay. Insufficient, inconvenient. What do you mean? Use boxes, confirm. Wait, it's been eating up 20? Why did I think it was eating up less? Do I not have the thing? The thing. 60. I think I like the art of this one better. This one. Even though that one has a lot of movement though, I think I like that one better. Alright. Do you have like a complex relationship with Greg? No, no complex. It's just, if you guys have ever heard his MVP sound, his little speech thing, it's very just, I'm okay. 2 days in a row of Safe for Twin content, I am blessed. Oh, we can change that. Hi, Twin. Loki prefer her uptight art. Pre-uptight art is, as usual, being superior. Yeah, whatever, I'll take it. Artie loves Gregor MVP secretly. No, I just like, I don't need to hear this. You better freaking ding harder. There you go. If you have a bigger ding, you gotta flex it on them. Come on. You guys know this, right? Dawn, you have a bigger ding. That's what I'm talking about with that big ding. Let's go. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah. Yeah. One more ding. Yes. Give me that third ding. Nice. Nice. I'll take it. I'll take it though. Beep, beep. Gregory, cease. Cease with your dings. Virgil! Shh! I need to change him. Virgil! He's still talking! Oh my, that man, I swear to God. You're lucky I like you. You're lucky I like you, Virgil, and with Greg and his MVP. You're lucky. Yeah, though you don't need a ding, it's fine. Yeah, see, you didn't even kill it. Excellent. He didn't get the kill. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, Dawn. Yes. Nice dagger. Virgil, I swear. I swear. No, I'm not putting Herbert in there either. Are you kidding me? It's gonna take Virgil out. It's fine. Let's go, Heath. Let's go, Heath. What's worse, Virgil or Greg? I don't know, because they are their own level of unique of being worse. If that makes any sense. That screen glitch. Freaking love that. Yeah. Get that ding, Dawn. There you go, there you go. Nice kill. Come on, Heath. Don't let him outding you like that. Heathcliff. That's what I'm talking about. You make me break out the full name. You better freaking outding this. That's all it took. That's all it took. You had to break out the full ass name. No nicknames. Full ass name. Sound like a disappointed mother. Heathcliff. Gregory, stop dinging. Stop it! Jesus Christ. So obedient. Radia. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Alright, everyone's staggered, but one. Should be fine. Good ding. Good ding. Yep. That's death on that one. Radia with the cleanup. Yes. There's a wonderful affinity for not dinging at the most critical moments. Well, we don't want him to ding. That's the thing. We don't want him to get MVP. We are trying to make sure that he does not do a lot of damage. Period. So the less that he dings, better. Bing, bing. Gregory, cease. That's how I can tell if I'm in trouble, is how much of my full name do I hear? Yeah, that's fair. Use reverse psychology, tell him to ding so he won't? No, because then he will listen. That's the problem. He'll listen. No, we all want— Who is we? I'm not part of the we. Greg! Can't be helped though. We already got that 44. Oh god. Well, yeah, when you use that, of course you're gonna freaking kill the guy. That's the— ugh. Please don't get MVP. Please don't get MVP. Please. No! No! No!
아니, 한 방울이라도 괜찮으니까 내게 줘. 어머니께서 여기서 자르신다 해도.
Rainbow, do you understand why I didn't want him to get MVP now? Do you understand? Jesus Christ. This is the real RDSMR we've been waiting for. Oh my god, this is fucking worst. Just the worst. It's not cinema. It's like, it's like, what, my guy, like, what are you doing? Like, just chill. Sheesh. Let me go. Grab that 60. Okay. Absolute cinema is crazy. That's 3 today. That's 3 Greg MVPs today. We gotta have the other one step up. Step up, step up. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. So hilarious how they went, yes, this is exactly what we want him to say as MVP. He's a little pent up. I mean, it is what, like, No Nut November, so I guess. And we haven't played this game in like a month, so it's really pent up. Oh no! Craig, you're already staggered. Oh no, and everyone wants to come to attack you. Oh no. Whatever shall we do? Oh no, Radia didn't win her ding. She keeps not winning. Okay, never mind. That's what you get for having a freaking stagger threshold that's so high. And this motherfucker healing himself too, it's insane. I feel like Greg's unit is kind of crazy. Greg getting that post clarity. That post clarity. Oh, post clarity MVP. That's insane. Secret Greg hater right there. Nah, I love Greg. If I had to pick any of the sinners to be my favorite, it's Greg. Just not that MVP. Dawn heals too. I don't care about Dawn. I'm talking about Greg. Greg's my favorite. Greg doing his own self-healing. And being Mr. Tank. And doing a shit ton of damage. The MVP makes him better. Thou has to have such hate in that heart of hearts. I don't. Only the freaking the MVP. I love my sinners. There you go. See? Dawn did an amazing job. Dawn for MVP. Not Greg. If you can't love Greg as you don't deserve him as manager, bud. Stop. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. Look, I can dislike some things that he does, okay? I'm allowed to have some preferences too. I literally love everything about him. Even freaking pretty flower girl Greg. I love everything about him. Just not that MVP. Sorry, Greg won't offer you to say, it's fine. Yeah, freaking Gregnant over there. Love him at his Gregnant, love him at everything. Just not that MVP. You gotta take the good with the bad. Love Greg and his MVP. I'm allowed to not like some of the bad, okay? If the artist is toxic, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Would you still love me if I were Priest Greg MVP screen? You guys are so I guess you're gonna use that against me. Let's see it. See, now you're using it against me. What would the VOD watchers think of this? You know what? I don't care. I said what I said. Maybe I should do a poll someplace. Not in here. Maybe I do a poll on YouTube. Be like, do you like Greg's Priest MVP screen? You can't just dislike Mr. Krabs going through. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hi, Axel. It's okay, Greg. We all love you and your MVP. I don't care that your Greg broke his MVP. Oh, here he go. Yeah, there you go. The most one-sided poll, yeah, that's true. I need to make the poll like on YouTube before I post the VOD, because then I feel like people are gonna create some biases against it just to go against streamer. I can see it already. Alright, drag that. I am old now. Guys. Wait, is it official? 5 hours? 11, 12. Oh, it is! Happy birthday, Axel! Happy birthday! I had to count the time. I was like, what time is it? I was like, 9, 8, 12, 1. I was like, oh yeah, it is time. Happy birthday! Everyone, make sure if you're in the Discord, go tag Axel 1,000,000 times in Gen Chat and say happy birthday, so that he has like 50 notifications in the Discord. Let's go! Let's go! Will I get banned if I do? No. No one's going to get banned. No one's going to get banned. I allow it. I'll allow it. Here, I'll even do this. Everyone spam and ping Axel a happy birthday. Axel. Make sure you tag the right Axel. We have like 5 Axels. We have like 5 Axels in the Discord. Make sure you tag the right one, please. Please make sure you tag the right one. That's the only thing I ask. Please tag the right one. Oh my god. Yeah, Don got that MVP. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright. We have prosthetic fixers. I look in the Discord and it says several people typing. Alright, let me grab the support. There. And we're good to go. Pew pew pew. Alright, do and go. I would have died if you all tagged the wrong one. That's what I'm saying. I was like, dude, I know it's gonna happen because we have like 7 Axels, and I was like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Damn, people smoking again. And I'm somehow gonna get blamed for it. Everyone said Axel pre-Scragger victory screen. Oh. Not the screen, it's more of the sound bit from it. I'll let it sit for a bit and see how many pings we get. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Artie, give a number. I don't think you want me to do that. I was going to give it an absurdly large number. It's for Axel. Oh. If you can manage it, let's do like 48 for now. Or 69. Yeah. Real treasure was MVP. Greg, we get along the way. We had 24. Keep going. Keep going.
끝을 낼 시간. 쏟아내라. 따뜻한 피. 숨통 끊기.
Get him. Get him.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 목이 피었잖아. 일처리는 직접 싸워보질 않아서 그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각.
Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to do the wrong axle, and they're gonna be like, "What? Why am I getting happy birthday?" Motherfuckers ping me in the Nikkei channel. Oh, that's such a good idea. I should go to each of the channels and just like ping him in there. You're so right for that. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, they even do the shadow for him too. That's crazy. Ooh, my game lagged real hard trying to pull that chain across. What the? Finish them, Dawn. Death. And death. Excellent, Heathcliff. Let's go! Hi, Drake. How you doing? Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
이건 또 뭐야?
What's this now? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Core logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만.
Tis the emblem of T-Core.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
It appears that the wall covering it was broken with the fierceness of our battle.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아.
Didn't that chief executive guy, Herbert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings?
역시 W4하고도.
I guess they were in cahoots with W-Core too.
T사뿐이 아니라 날개들은 이리저리 협력을 주고받는 사이인 경우가 많소.
Such collaborations are not limited to T-Core. It is oft the case that a wing may work with another.
오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게 미리 급하게 협력을 요청하는 것이 이례적인 일이라 보만.
It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our own Limbus company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular.
뭐 W4도 이제 떨어질 만큼 떨어졌다는 거겠지.
Sounds like W-Core's heydays are long behind them.
부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한 이 벽처럼.
Just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind.
아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각난 건데 이 객실 자체도 엉망진창이긴 하다. 그치?
Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Radia hurriedly swerved into a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself.
피덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아 다수의 의체 해결사가 탑승했던 객실 칸으로 보인다.
It's in Korean. This is Korean language. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. Yeah, by the looks of it here. The ones like we saw at the beginning, and also the Sasha. I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을 왔다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요.
Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform. Remember? He said he warped over to T-Core on an expedition.
같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이는.
I hydrate. Look, it's almost like we're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
I believe I have read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics.
혹시 이분은
Wait, he's... We were walking through the bloodied train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful.
이자는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던.
Bye, he's the one we encountered at the platform!
우리에게 시비를 걸던 자군.
This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나? 이만한 숫자의 해결사들이었으니 진짜 원정이라고 말할 만도 하네.
Yeah, and he said something about going to T-Corps on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract. Guess he wasn't exaggerating when he called it an expedition.
부서진 팔만 한 다스가 넘을 것 같네만. 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다.
Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between fixers and bloodbags.
전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐.
There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they consider them to be disposable as long as their wallets would permit.
물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often sent to them to early graves. Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
I see. There are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective, despite the fact that there is a single scene. I will remember both of your inputs.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours would often make it to the end of the war.
네, 뭐 다행이었겠군요.
Yes, well, good for them. Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만. 네.
But I am physically unharmed, but yes, I am alright.
고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요.
However, I do not enjoy the circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere, lost and isolated in a blind sea.
평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
Normally, deductions such as these would have been completed within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references with the information I accessed. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that I could barely even hear what she was saying.
그건 알 것도 같네요.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져도 막막하거든요.
Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat.
대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지 갈피 자체를 못 잡으니까요.
No way to tell where we are. No way to tell if there's even anything to eat under the glassy water surface, grasping at the straws, you know?
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요. 눈에 맺힌 산과 코끝의 혈양만으로는 나아갈 길을 알 수 없으니.
The sense I find myself mired in is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave, for the reflection of radiance upon my eyes and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory sensors tells me not of the forging path. It seemed that Ishmael and Yisong picked up on the first part of her sentence, however, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요?
By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust.
아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가
People are noticing Yisong being the first one. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something different about you today.
그건
That is...
아, 나쁘다는 건 아니에요. 오히려 조금 유해 보여서 좋네요.
Aw. Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you had a softer side.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
They like when she's not a robot. They like when she actually has, like, feeling. This unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh.
그런가요?
Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다.
As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car.
현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토 팰리스가 있을 13번째 칸을 제외하면 단 한 칸이 남는다.
Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephi is secured. Which means... Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the Bloodfiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door...
그래봐야 이것들 대빵이라는 거 아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
Well, how impressive could the leader of this sort of cannon fodder be?
역으로 말해, 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be a considered high-risk entity.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다. 혈귀 사냥꾼이라 불리는데.
Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called Bloodfiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting Bloodfiends.
정보가 사실이라면 전문가가 따로 있을 만큼 까다로운 존재일 테죠.
Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that Bloodfiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat.
생각해보면 피주머니라는 것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는 일종의 군세라는 거잖아요.
Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are like mindless thralls to Bloodfiends, then they're kind of like an army, right?
사기 저하나 탈출을 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자. 전쟁이든 일상이든
Well,
그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
hurry up, Otis. A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertion, wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Bloodfiend's strength, and all of a sudden...
다 집어치우시게! 이런 천인 공로의 상황을 만든 범인을 잡으러 가는 건 아니겠가? 지금 이 순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아!
Dawn is not happy. That's what that sound is. Fight on this indecisive idleness. Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon the train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak.
강하든 그렇지 않든 반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네. 그러니 서두르세.
Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Dawn's suddenly outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the Bloodfiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the last car of this train. Dun dun dun. Last car of the train. is gonna be the boss. Let's go, Dawn! We're at 12 out of 15. Ah! I almost didn't pick the support. Ooh. There we go. Perfect. And then there we go.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Greg better get MVP next battle. Nah, we good. This room. What?
왜 그런 표정이지?
What is with that look on thy faces?
왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면
No, why do you stop? Why does everyone talk like Dawn, bro? Can we get away from the Urianger speak? Please? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy smiles?
저자가 이 모든 일의 원흉이자 저희가 처리해야 할 탈비인 듯하군요.
He must be the blood fiend who caused this outbreak. He is our target.
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라.
Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty.
그쪽이 누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데?
Who the hell are you to make those demands?
한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라.
I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well.
내 이름은 카세티.
Like a cassette?
도망친 제6권 소비자. 너희 위에 군림할 진정한 왕자이다.
He's like a cassette tape? Thou mayest address me as Prince Casseti, 6 kindred in refuge from his family, and the rightful prince who shall reign over thee.
이 열차에서 일어난 모든 사륙에 네 놈이 벌인 짓인가?
Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel?
왕자의 앞에서 무례하게도 질문을
Yeah, he's a prince of mixtapes.
하지만 모처럼 배가 부른 상태니 넘어가 주지.
Thou art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince. Yet this welcome satiation has put me in quite the generous mood.
자, 보다시피 이 열차는
Yeah, all the verilies, man. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic.
피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는 그때마다 만찬을 즐길 뿐이다.
No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how many of them I devour, humans just won't stop coming. I am only enjoying what casts themselves into my maw. Not the maw.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking.
인사할 생각.
Verily.
얼굴 정도는 제대로 보여주는 것이 기본적인 예의 아닌가?
If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with basic etiquette? That must be a sensitive subject. You freaking out about that damn mask. This mask. It won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. Oh, so the mask stays on. Oh, I got it. Okay, okay. The mask stays on. Okay. Damn. I can't imagine. Okay, that has nothing to do with the story. I can't imagine being told that, like, you needed to keep something over your face, like, during. Like, I can't even imagine what that goes. That's gotta fucking hurt. Jesus Christ. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided to hide how repulsive we become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then all of it will go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself.
내놈, 안면에 바느질을 한 자는 누구지?
솜씨가 제법이.
The helmet stays on, Guardian. Who stitched that mask to your face? Not a half bad job.
당연하지. 이 가면은 감히 이름을 입에 담기 황송한
The barber!
이 발사님께서 직접 제작하셨으니까. 하지만
Oh yeah, it is on his face, yeah. Of course it's excellent. Because the mask was crafted by none other than the great and eminent barber, whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much.
아니야.
Oh.
웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
Yo, this VA popping off though. Freaking Prince Casseti. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I am the prince. That's what I am.
정신이 획가닥해버린 놈이군.
He's a bloody loon, isn't it?
다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아라.
All right, done with the giggles then? Get ready for the beating of your life.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아.
I enjoy things like you and your friends.
울고 짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다.
Don't cry. Falling and bowing and sniveling on the ground for your lives.
달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
Jeez, he's really going ham with it. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the heat.
주위나 둘러봐. 넌 혼자야. 우릴 당해낼 수 있을 것 같냐?
What are you, daft? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you.
히스클리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요. 상대는 이 열차의 수많은 승객을 피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into blood bags.
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도 뒷칸에서부터 피주머니들은 보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
I let my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we?
숫자. 그래. 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 것. 기억하고 있어요.
Couldn't even keep count? Oh no, but the count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do.
난 말이야. 아주 강해. 그리고 이 새로운 왕국에서
Yes, sir.
마음은 조금 더 없어.
You have no idea how powerful I am, and I shall not relinquish the throne of this budding kingdom to thee. Oh, yes, sir.
이 왕좌에 가만히 앉아 있으면 피주머니들이 알아서 대령되지.
All I have to do
이런 나골이 또 있을 것 같아.
is sit here and do nothing.
내가 이곳에 어떻게 만들었는데?
And the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there, and you have no idea what I did to create this place.
이걸 어버이들께서 보셨.
You know, now I'm starting to understand the whole Gregor thing. This is fucking...
이 풍요로움을, 이 쾌락을,
They literally same.
자유를.
Fucking same. Oh, how elated my forebears would be. We are here to witness my creation. This cornucopia of abundance. This pleasure. Oh, this freedom.
하지만 이건 제가 만든 왕국이에요.
Literally.
누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
Literally. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. Nope.
조금 의아하긴 하군요.
This is rather curious.
추측하건대 저 혈기는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만
It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions.
그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러
Yet we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far.
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건
then what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be... hold on a minute! Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into one of the earlier cars. Casseti shrinks into his throne at the sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face. It is thee! By the... Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us on our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train! Help us slay that cur, and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends.
만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가 더 있다면.
What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board, one still capable of rational thought?
정말 여기까지 왔네. 날개에서 의뢰를 준 해결사는 좀 다르구나.
The red eye, that's what we saw, the red eyes! You! Damn, you actually made it all the way back here. Guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone.
나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서.
I used to fight to my damnedest too, since I was the last one standing.
무슨 소리를 하는 거야?
What is she talking about?
그랬더니 이 네 팔 중에 세 개가 뽑혀 나갔더라고.
Where did that leave me? Alone. 3 of my 4 arms are ripped from my body.
그런데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어.
Kind of funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were...
죽기 싫다.
Man, I don't want to die.
그래서 빌었어. 살려주면.
So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that...
피하세요, 돈키호테.
Don, watch out!
무엇이든 다 할 수 있다고.
Oh my god! I'd do anything to live! Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away. What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Casseti.
소개하지. 이쪽은 앞으로의 왕국을 위해 내가 밖으로 나와 처음으로 만든 권석.
Damn, she really just had that sprout from her face. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. First of mine since the escape for the kingdom I intend to build.
나의 왕국을 가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 종자이다.
My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own, my family.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만 저희 칸의 인간들은 전부 형편없는 놈들뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을.
So that's why she wasn't saving them. She was saving them. She was saving them for him. She wasn't saving them as protection from everything else. She was saving them so that he could have a snack on the train ride. Damn. She said, I have your snack, Lord Casseti. Lord Casseti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car as you have commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings. So I present before you this group from the first class car. Kindred.
당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred?
아니, 하지만 하지만 이것만큼은 얘기할 수 있어.
Nah, but I can tell you this.
그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
When I accepted my lord's bloods into my veins, I felt as though I was reborn.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가 만들어내는 하위 개체의 개념과 유사하군요.
I see. A Bloodfiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the Bloodfiend, similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities.
정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼 절박했기 때문이겠죠.
It must have been desperation that pushed you to accept that proposition despite the lack of information.
아마 권속이 되기 전에 나는 그랬겠지.
Maybe. That's probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred.
자네가 저 혈기의 하수인이라는 소리인가?
Dawn about to freaking distort because she learned about all this stuff. Thou hast been in cohorts with this villain? Cahoots! In cahoots! Yeah, she's fucking lackey, Dawn. Don't distort. Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee? Yeah, Dawn about to crash out. Like her image of fixers just being like tainted by this is just... Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it would have mattered if you did suspect me though, since mine are just prosthetic. Literally, she's gonna have a crash out. Then, the passengers who were under thy protection...
내가 말했지. 숫자가 중요하다고.
Haven't I told you that the count matters?
행렬은 길수록 좋다.
The longer the procession, the better. Oh, ew. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one A smaller one among them stood out to me. Oh. Oh no! Dawn is gonna fucking crash out! Dawn's gonna fucking lose it! My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Dawn's coattails. Oh. Oh, Dawn, don't look. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I hope that we'd be spared this sight. Oh, Dawn, no! Yee! Oh no! Oh no, 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 no.
알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지.
Yep, little runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up.
그런데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가 보증할 수 있어.
Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that's the life of a fixer. Believe me, I know. Hold thy vile tongue.
정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가.
Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice. It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment. Or a really, really early grave. Silence! Silence! Dawn did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Ooh. Ooh, you made Dawn mad. Ooh. Dawn gonna fuck you up. Ooh. Virgil, I'm trying to listen to the music. Shush. Shush. Cease. All right. Let's get the clash in. We got focused encounters now. What do we got? Heathcliff. No one going to Heath. We got Radia. Can you just clash? We can clash with our own, right? Favored. Dominating. Favored. Oh wait, I didn't look at their stuff. I don't think it makes a difference, but... Come on, Rowdia. Don, what happened? I know, I was like, Don, you're supposed to be Angie. Flash better. Blood bag, prosthetic fixer. Okay. Stagger. Everyone's coming for Dawn. She favored. We'll actually have. Unopposed. Dominating. Struggling on that one. Oh. Roger. Yup. Gregory! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you just gotta say their full government name. You can't call him Greg. You gotta say Gregory, and they start freaking snapping into place. And locking in. Literally, loses one clash, calls him by his full name, wins all the other clashes. Gregathan? Dawn, what are we doing? Gregant, win this clash. Come on, Radia. Bleed. Okay. Unopposed? What do you have? 62, 32, 66. I did not look to see what they did. Not the same type of... okay. Let's just do that for now. Dun, 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 dun. Yup. Let's go, Heathcliff. Nice. That's fine, that's fine. Yes, Dawn. Yup. That's what we like to see, Dawn. That's what we like to see. Nice stagger. Alright, couple of staggers. Let's see, Dawn. Unopposed. Let's see. Heath, you can take them out. Illusion taken out there. We got Otis can do some. What is she at? 3 and 3? That's 4. Okay. Favored. Let's do another one on you. Let's do that. Dr. Lightner, welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Reaper. How you doing? They usually include all previous wall PP units in the current banner. As far as I'm aware, wall PP just opens up everything that's on wall PP. On top of like the new stuff. Hi, Boulder. Oh, there's Sasha. No! See? Okay, I don't like this. We gotta look. Charge, bleed, charge. Assume to gain charge count. Gain offensive level and defensive level equal to the value. Gain 1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Prioritizes targets with bleed. You have to deal any damage this turn. Fragile. Every time this unit is hit, if the attacker used a skill that gains charge, the attacker steals 1 charge count from this unit. Angarius, hello! We have the Angel Raid. Hi, guys. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How was stream? Alright, I was on that pull Magic Dawn with the normal guaranteed 3-star ticket. Yes, that was me. Hi, Blue Mage. Welcome in. Welcome in. Everyone say hi to the Raiders. Hi, hi, hi. I hope you had an amazing stream. Damage does not unit. Oh, there's a lot. Why does he have so many passives, bro? Cyberspacer. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, let's see. What? Rar! Oh my gosh, it's pretty good. I did the first half Goddess Fall Part 2, and then Eden, then Eden key cards expired on me. Oh. Hi, Rar! Hi, guys! We got the double raid! Double raid! How you guys doing? Everyone, say hi to the Raiders again. We got new Raiders. Hello. Yapping and her passives. Yeah. Yeah, they apparently have a 48-hour timer on them. Do they really? I didn't think I know that at all. We had to bring the little pricks over here. Hi, Cacta. How you doing? Welcome in, Riggers. Welcome in. I hope you guys had an amazing stream. Rar, what were you doing? What were you doing for stream? Tell me all about it. I finished part 2. Gotta still not gonna lie, I got goosebumps and I'm a shambles after that. Yeah, same. Yeah, same. Rar, thank you so much for using your Prime. Oh my god, 14 years. Let's go. We played. What is that? Nessus? And there were a giant spider who kept laying babies. Wait, what is that game? I've never heard of that game before. I'm streaking! I'm streaking! Hi, Red. Oh, look at this. It's like Terraria, but bigger. Oh, but bigger? Interesting. Terraria and Core Keeper. You know, I still have not played Terraria. And I have been meaning to do that. Dun, 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 dun. Dominating. Dominating. Actually, let's just do special flavor game. We left up with Chime and Kilo leaving Crown with Nayuda. Interesting that it freaking expired after 48 though. Everyone but special to me. Great game, even more fun with mods. Ooh. Well, welcome into both of the raids. For those of you guys that don't know, my name is Artemis. You can also call me Artie. I am a variety streamer, but I do like to play a lot of gacha games, this being one of them. Surprisingly, this is a gacha game. Limbus Company. And today, I haven't played this in a month because I was sick. And I've been out for a while. And so we're coming back and doing, this is kind of like the new-ish event. It's just like a rerun of the event that I haven't done yet, so... Doing this, and I know that there's like banner pulls to do. We'll probably do that next week. Come on, Otis. I already went to grab dinner. All good. Yeah, if you guys need to raid and run, please take care of yourself. Grab food, get sleep, depending on time zones and all that kind of stuff. But you guys are also more than welcome to lurk and hang out. We are nearing the end-ish. We're doing kind of like the boss battle fight. Damn, we fucked her up. Bro, we literally just did one round with her and she got fucked up. She already staggered. Well, I'm just gonna do this then at this point. I knew she wasn't done. I knew there was gonna be some sort of freaking phase 2. There better not be a phase 2. Unbelievable. I make myself a first ever kindred without authorization at that. At this bumbling fool? I pray for your forgiveness, Father. Begone. Damn. Begone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Begone. Yet it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. Oh, you're phase 2. What a load of shit. With that, Cassetti reached out toward a pile of blood bags on the ground and... Ah, that's what they were for. That's what they were for. I see. He looks kind of badass though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, abundance. What an unfamiliar sensation you'd become. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the Bloodfiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make your skin crawl. Damn. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Wood. Wood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of this risen king's parade. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir. You do. Of course you do. Do not the Bloodfiend. Nah. Pause. You talking about how I have to accept Greg for his MVP screen? I got his worst and his best. What? Then why can't I the Bloodfiend? Why can't I the Bloodfiend? You guys want me to accept Greg and his MVP. Why can't I freaking the Bloodfiend? No, you can't go back on that. No, that's not how this works. No. That's not how this works. Do I need to look at his shit? 17? Oh, okay. He doesn't give Greg privilege. I do not accept Cassetti, period. It's because it's Greg. Oh, okay, I see. Oh! Stored blood. At turn end, depending on the stored blood stack. On hit, heal 1% of this unit's HP. At 5 or fewer stacks, gain bind, fragile over the... Okay. Offensive... 2 offensive level up and defensive level up for the next for every turn. Jesus Christ. Max value. So then what does... He's starting at 5. For next turn, for every... Interesting, okay. Dominating. Also dominating. Who has a favored? Greg. Do that there. Hey, go, Radia. Yup. Let's go, Otis. I don't really have you in my party like ever. No, that I lied. She's always been Bunny. Come on, Dawn. Let's go, Dawn. Yes, Heath. Yes, Heath. Damn, his stagger bar is all the way down there. Gregory, what the fuck? Damn, Greg. You done fucked up, Glen Coco. Dominating. Dominating. Dun, 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 dun. His very maniacal laugh during combat is freaking insane. So what is he at right now? Stored blood, he's at 1. Okay, good. He got hit with the bind, the fragile, and offensive level down. That's what you get, you fuck. Alright. Beep, 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 beep. Everyone, they had to nerf how often he screamed in the fight. Oh, he would scream curses, curses, curse. Oh. I think I like the maniacal laughter better. I feel like, yeah, curses would get kind of annoying. Especially if it was done too much. Literally every time he got hit. Alright, what is he doing now? Unclashable. Double the amount healed by hard blood glaive. Oh, isn't that what like who has that? Doesn't Dawn have that? No, who has that? There's a double amount healed, hard blood glaive. Doesn't get staggered this turn. End turn. Inflict bleed and +1 bleed count. It's unclashable. It's gonna go for everybody. Oh, that's just the AoE. I don't have anyone that can do a redirect. I'm kind of curious what happens though, I'm not gonna lie. But at the same time, I don't want this motherfucker to heal! Ooh, gains new pattern. When stored blood reaches 0 for the first time, fix this unit speed to 10. When using this other— oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna YOLO. It's not clashable. I'm assuming... there's nothing we can really do. No one can really do anything, so well, might as well just see if we can do stuff. Just do a little something something. See what happens. This bitch. Healed back up to fucking full. Because of that. Yep, and use that offensive level up 10, stored blood 10. Oh, okay. Why do I feel like we're just gonna be here fucking forever? I mean, Dawn hit him pretty hard just now, so that helped, but still. The whiff. I'm hoping that like we can get more bleed, help the bleed kick in a little bit. Back at this. What do I even have for? Every bleed on the target. You know what? Why not? I just want to see. Just want to see all the bleed stuff. Just want everything to bleed. Bleed. It's favored. Dominating. Favored. I want it all to bleed.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그런
Everything bleeds.
잘라버리면
Come on, Gregory. This is the one time that I need you to ding. Ding hard.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 먹어. 그래, 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
Hey, baby. Hi, Prisma. Damn, we did not hit hard on that one. What the fuck? I love Ding Hard, my favorite Christmas movie. Wait, what is he at right now? 0 stored blood. What's that passive? When 0 stored blood reaches 0 for the first time, fixes unit speed to 10 when using the skill. And... I would love to get to that threshold, but... Let's see that...
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리.
Yeah! Yeah!
숨통 끊기.
Yep. Come on, Don. Come on, Don. Yeah! Yeah, fuck him up, Don. Remember what he did to the poor kid. Fuck him up! Radia, you got a ding here, sweetheart. We're so close. We're like right there. Come on. Come on, Otis. Yup. Come on. Please. Please. Thank you! Okay, that's all I cared about. I just need to get that stagger. I was like, please give me that stagger. Damage. Fuck him up! Fuck him up! No, Gregor does not need the MVP on this. No. Don't claim that MVP. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts!
피가 끓어넘치는 인간은 좋아. 하지만 이건
Yes, I love it when humans let their blood boil. But this is too painful.
이 녀석 조각 내놓으려고 해도 자꾸 서로 달라붙어서.
Greg, hang in there, my boy. This guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. Hi, Mikey. I don't know if we can. The mental fatigue finally got to Greg and Sinclair and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Bloodfiend's regenerative ability. The battle trudged on without an end in sight, And at this point, we've already been fighting for so much longer than we had at the K-Corps border checkpoint, or at the basement of Withering Heights. The Sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Oh, Dawn ain't done. Oh, Dawn's like, no, I got energy reserves for days. Fueled by hatred. Dawn continues to wildly pummel the Bloodfiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so very hungry. Damn, Dawn is pissed. Dawn is mad. Ridiculous. Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought. Shut up. You don't understand.
200년 동안 썩은 피라고는 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한 아니야 떠올리기 싫어.
Yeah, he cray. You don't know how awful it is to... Sir, I survived for 200 years on that disgusting, horrible... No, I don't even want to think about it.
조용히 해. 아니야, 제발 못했어요. 제발.
This...
한 모금만 주세요.
Oh, now we're begging? Oh, okay. Shut up. Be quiet. No, I'm sorry. I'll be good. Please, let me just have a sip. Just the smallest sip, please.
소용없어. 아무리 찔러봤자.
It won't matter how many times you stab me. Oh. She is mad! I shan't stop until all thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. But the Bloodfiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Dawn is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... Oh, my kindred, my child.
내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를 베풀어 주었다.
I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet.
너도 네 할 일을 해.
Your kindred already did. So do something. Your responsibilities. The blessings of your father must be repaid, no?
제가 어떻게...
What can I do?
이놈들의 약점을 찾아. 이놈이 내게 매달렸던 것처럼 저놈들이 우리에게 매달릴 수밖에 없는 이유를.
Find their weakness. Break their anchor. Make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had.
한 가지 짚히는 것이 있다면.
Wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
저들이 저와 같은 의체 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다.
It's that the way they fight reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic using fixers fight. Just... Oh, wait.
팔다리 하나 둘쯤 교체하면 된다는 생각으로 목숨의 소중함을 조금씩 잃듯이.
You made Faust have the surprise Pikachu face. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more than tools to be replaced.
저들도 자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데 경망스럽게 행동하더군요.
These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through.
지켜야 할 것이 없으니 싸움에만 집중하고.
With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into a battle like moths to a flame. She knows. Yeah, okay. Forget to look after what's really important, like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground the master key card Faust showed in one of her previous cards. Dawn, stop her now! Oh, my father, I offer this gift to you. Dawn immediately leapt at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mersault, who had been holding Casseti down, were no match for his strength without Dawn's fury. The Bloodfiend threw them to the side and grabbed the key card. Eh boy. This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags for the kingdom's prosperity. Oh no. Casseti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. I believe that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance has been greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this plight, Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner with or without Faust. Congrats, Amelia! I've been thinking about the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you've still guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Oh my goodness! Miss Cakes, welcome in! We got the Cakey's Doro raid. Hello, Raiders! Hi, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! Everyone say hi to the Raiders. Hi, Cakey's, how you doing? How was your stream? Verily, Raiders, verily, welcome. Hi. Banger raid song. I'm telling you, we gotta be bringing it back to the 1900s, you know? I gotta represent the old times. Represent the old times, verily. Hi, Masam, how you doing? That's hands down my favorite Disney song. Let's go! How was your stream? 1900s for Goofy Movie is crazy. How's the game? We are nearing like the end climax of this event that we're doing, so it's going good. It's going good. I hope you guys had an amazing stream. Welcome in. You did Nikkei 31 and 32. Oh my gosh, you're like getting caught up. I hope you enjoyed it. It's getting pretty good. It's getting pretty good. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that don't know, my name is Artemis. You can also call me Artie. I'm a variety streamer, but I do like to play a lot of gacha games. Today, we are playing one of those gacha games called Limbus Company, and we are doing a rerun event that I wasn't around for initially, because I've only been, how long have I been playing this game? I have no idea. But yeah, we're doing a rerun event. It's been a while because I've been sick for like the past month, so I've just been needing to do some catch up, but yeah, welcome in, guys, welcome in. Oh, you finally met Behemoth. Ooh. Ooh. You met freaking Dommy Mommy. Love it. Love it. But raiders, if you guys need to raid and run, if you guys need to sleep or eat or just need to step out, because I know, you know, streaming, especially 2 chapters like that too, can be a lot. If you need to step out, please take care of yourself. You guys are more than welcome to lurk. Like I said, we're just gonna be finishing up this game. Hopefully, I think we have like a couple more chapters or sections, but yep, you're more than welcome to lurk and hang out. Love to have you. I don't know, a year or less. I don't think it's been a year yet. Yeah, I would say definitely less than a year. Over a year? I gotta look back. I don't remember when I started. Yeah, we vibing now. The constant is, however, that the Bloodfiend is just as desperate as we are. Oh. Thus, the only option that remains at present is to compromise. Compromise? You're lurking. It was lovely meeting you. It was lovely meeting you too. Thank you so much for the raid. Your first VOD on your YouTube for Limbus was like 9 months ago. Ah, okay, okay. You there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them. Oh. Wait, he's gonna smash the key? I thought he was gonna use the key. Okay. Manager Esquire? Compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur? I didn't have the time to regenerate Dawn's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, poor Dawn, man. She just wants to just destroy this guy. And now we're sitting here compromising? I feel so bad. Very well then, Cassetti. Why don't we move this conversation to a different location? I alone will accompany Dante to this negotiation. Let me make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Dawn and the sinners. So Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him. Just you two? Yes, and as you are aware, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we have to offer one another. That clock? Damn, Dante's a monarch now? Hell yeah, we got promoted. That clock must be thy monarch then, And thou art one of the retainers? Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate then. It is only right that a member of royalty talks to no one else but the one who is his equal. Oh, Dawn! We'll be back in a minute, Dawn. Damn. Dawn's fucking heartbroken. Alright. We can snooze ads. We got another 10 minutes until ads. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Dawn, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. Ooh, Faust never gambles. She's always about facts, bro. She's always about the facts and what is present in time. She's gonna gamba? Faust is gonna gamba? Faust, you never gamba. That's Radia's thing. What? Radia would be so proud, yeah. Gamba, gamba, gamba! With that, the door closed shut behind us. Damn. Gamba, gamba, gamba! Faust getting character development. Well, if you think about it, without her having Faust, right? It's kind of forced character development. Like, you don't have the thing that you normally rely on. Negotiation. Faust gambas all outcomes? True. Okay, real quick, I need to get some more water. I'm gonna, like, heat up some food because it's already 10 p.m. Jesus Christ. And then I'm gonna run some ads while we're doing that. So, don't worry, we're not gonna start the story. I need to grab a few things, and then we'll come back and finish the story since we're kinda almost done. This one is, yeah, we're kinda almost done. But, alright, let me just put this on my head, and then we'll run the ads. Alright, BRB, guys. Okay. Right back. Got food, water. Sarybot hasn't said anything about ads yet. Exit out of the screen before continuing. There's something to see on the event screen. Oh, what are we looking at? Oh, it just changed? I mean, wouldn't it have changed at the end of it, or is it gonna change again? Ha! 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 Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Oh my god, I just burned the shit out of my tongue. Verily. You guys got snow? Wait, hold on. Actually, let me check something. I'm not gonna check my weather. What does my weather report say? We ain't getting shit. Except, oh damn, it's gonna be cold on Tuesday. Sheesh, it's gonna be cold on Tuesday. We're just getting rain. I'm telling you, we don't ever get snow. It just ends up being rain. Yeah, we just getting fucking rain and cold. Yeah, wait, hold on. It says that it's gonna do like a weather, or not weather, a cold front coming through. Yeah, cold front's gonna come through then. Okay, that's crazy. Must be nice. I know. I don't ever get snow. It always turns into rain by the time it even comes to where I live. It sucks. Oh my god. Guys, I got this curry. Coconut milk curry. It's so fucking good, dude. I think I found my new Thai curry place. I'm like really excited. This is heaven in my mouth. Alright, let's see if we can go into the thing now. Let me switch something real quick. Yeah, now I really want to try all their different curries that they have because this shit is so good. So good. Oh, let me take the burb off. Alright, cool. Ah, so this passageway leads straight into Mephi.
처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이게 망할 버스가
Why am I bald?
내 수면을 방해했다고.
This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber.
화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도 관석을 만들 계획도 없었는데.
Wow, you're blaming Mephi? How dare you? That's unacceptable. Where's Sharon? Sharon! He's disrespecting Mephi. I want her to go fucking ham on his ass. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up that freight car, wasn't planning on commencing the parade so soon or creating a kindred at all. Huh?
연결된 것 같습니다.
The connection has been restored. Connection to... The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion. And she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the Bloodfiend.
메피스토 팰리스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이 복구되었습니다.
Boarding Mephi has reestablished my connection to Faust. Did you know that this would work?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피
That was the gamble?
확률 자체도 계산하기 어려운 불확실한 저의 가정이었죠.
No, and as I've stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypothesis.
실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을
So Mephi just has good service.
조금은 알 것 같네요.
He's got the good service for connection. This success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Radia's fascination with gambling. Ooh. You got a little taste for the gamba now? A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests and then fades away.
연결이 되었으니
We got that smile.
들어가면 파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에
Fine, we got that smile.
게젤 샤프트 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만.
Now that the connection has been reestablished, I would like to make a complaint against the Faust of the Geschaft management regarding the fact that they have neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, damn, she immediately is putting in a ticket. She's immediately putting in a ticket. She's like, I want to speak to the manager of freaking Gesellschaft.
제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요.
Complaining to the mods is crazy.
누락이라고 저는 생각하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
Finding a solution to the situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced towards the Bloodfiend.
협상에 대한 이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면 그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
I wonder, after this event, I wonder if someone created a Faust Discord and all it is just people in there putting in complaints to the mods. Jesus Christ. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master keycard? Dude, that would have been hilarious.
원래 같았으면 니놈들을 피주머니로 만든 후에 남김없이 마시려고 했지만 보통의 인간들이랑 다르군.
If thou weren't just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood, and thou art unlike a common person.
나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주 오랫동안 유지되길 원한다. 그리고 너희들은 이곳을 나가는 것이 목표지. 안 그래?
My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible. And thine wish is to leave this place, is it not?
카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야.
Once I relinquish to thee this keycard, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after like nothing happened.
열차가 도착하면 너희는 내려 각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야. 어때?
And when the train gets there, you get off the train, everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we're contracted to do in the first place?
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘길 방법조차 없습니다.
Upon arrival, our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased. We will have no way to relay the news, whether it be one of success or failure.
저 혈기를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만
If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corps would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However,
이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고
that's true.
의뢰는 실패로 돌아가겠죠.
This current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure.
하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이 더 중요합니다.
However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Dawn's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply.
Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust and the company's policy. And yet, what? Oh my god! Oh my god, Dawn! Oh my god, Dawn! Oh no, no, no! I shan't allow this! Dawn? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk. But with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live. I turned a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her again.
그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거야. 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 억겁의 시간 동안 이곳에 살아.
What, you want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity with this train? I know what this is all about. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I snap this in half, you'll have to spend eons inside this. Oh. I care not. I would welcome it, even should it mean exacting eons of penance upon thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Dawn. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits, merely walking here. Faust, unhand me! Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire! Dawn, letting him destroy that key means you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Dawn, listen to yourself! Man. Do you really want this guy to die? Then I shall fill the millennia with the tales most exciting that I had once read in the magazines. No amount of time, however ineffable, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one.
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건 도쿄티 씨도 알고 있다고 생각합니다.
Certainly you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Dawn. Then there has to be another way, no?
관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않을까? 저 악한 자도 벌하고 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은 정녕 없는 겐가?
Dawn might have another talk with Virgil? No! Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Esquire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain, and the sinners remain unharmed? Her struggle begins to wane, but there was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Dawn, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Bloodfiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Dawn go at the last second. A second too late.
어버이시여, 허가 없이 한 번 더 만드는 것을 용서하소서.
Oh, Father, forgive my transgressions, for I am about to create another without thy sanction.
지금부터 네가
Thou shalt.
나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Yo, the freaking art of this is crazy! What the hell? Still would. Still would, though. Still would. Jesus Christ. I still gotta hear that again. Hold on.
지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Oh, that VA went hard. That VA went hard. Oh. Casseti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Dawn, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고 생각하진 않았는데.
I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust? What do you mean, the solution?
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면
According to this information I had viewed in the past and once again just now, it's...
단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요.
What? Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still.
그리고
Hi, Theo.
지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감.
And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Dawn levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet. Not the shoes. As they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Dawn? Running shoes? Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah, those.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
Have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine, with dear Rocinante, in sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that hath struck me, it hath been a loyal steed by my side for however long it hath been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them?
관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
Manager Esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Be not so bashful, go on ahead.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아. 쌍이가 째까기 냄새 고문시키고 있어.
No, I'm telling you, I know she's not like a sinner, but Chadan is literally my favorite. I don't care. I don't care. She's my favorite character. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky.
로신한테는 냄새나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗한.
Shiny Nemo, welcome in.
본인도 꼬맹이 아니.
Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as a small girl.
대피, 대피.
Evacuate, evacuate. Dawn, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running I mean, no shoes in bed, Dawn. No, 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 no. Now I'm about to be pissed off at Dawn for just wearing shoes in bed.
관리자 나리 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니 그거 참 친절하군.
That hurt. I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Manager Esquire, would care to ask me how Rocinante fareth. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas.
and wearing Rocinante.
잘 때는 물론이고 본인은 어느 상황이든 간에 로신한테와 떨어져.
The shoes stay on? Oh my god. But she loves her shoes. You know, I understand, but yeah, I just, that kind of, Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together even in slumber. Ugh. There shall be no separating the two of us, verily. Oh, God.
단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
Shoes in bed violates the Geneva Convention? No, I agree. I agree. That is an that is criminal. Absolutely criminal. People wear shoes indoors scare me. That's what I'm saying. The second I walk through the door, shoes off. Immediately off. Nope. That's what you got house slippers for. Or socks. I don't really like socks, so I'd rather wear house slippers, but... We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Dawn also wears that pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off?
벗는다니 그게 무슨 소리요?
야, 무슨 소리야? Take them off? Why, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking the pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. There was something much, much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Dawn? What even is that thing? Oh. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then darkness. No. That's impossible! In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light.
당신은 제2 권속 지금까지 어떤 일렁임도 뿜어내지 않고서
You are the second kindred. How did you? I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through the shimmering I think I saw red eyes. Oh! You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it. I never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks towards the lesser being. The Bloodfiend shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Damn, this guy. Mercy, O venerated ancestor! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg! Oh, yo. This Dawn can call me an insolent worm all day long. Say that again real quick. Just real quick. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. 100%. This version of Dawn, she can just call me whatever she wants. Whatever the fuck she wants. Insolent worm? That's cool. Just say it again. Mm-hmm. Yep, fine. Yep. Yep. I will be your worm. Yeah. I will be your worm, sure. Mm-hmm. Damn. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the Bloodfiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut.
걸 수 있는 말이 없다.
No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears.
아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 제약을 저지른 채로 내 눈앞에 서 있는 것부터 용납되지 않는 것.
To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream. To commit such abomination against your ancestor. I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Bitch can't say anything. He can only go. He can't say anything. He can only go. Sucks to suck, Casseti. Coagulate, then melt away. Casseti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, and then dripping to the ground. The sounds, man! Oh my god, it just kept going! He melts rapidly yet ponderously like that ice cream Dawn loves so much. Puddling on the floor heated under the searing sun. Oh god, oh, it just kept going. You. Dawn turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante to me. Rocinante. I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet one by one. One day. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Yo, are you telling me that all we had to do to get her into this form was to take her shoes off? And we could have had this form? She could have been calling me an insolent worm how many cantos ago? Oh, look at that art. Ooh, that's so good. That's so good. That's so good. Sometime later.
이게 대체 무슨 일이 일어났던 건지 누가 납득되게 설명해 주실 분이 계신가요?
Can somebody explain what just happened in a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Dawn, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Casseti. Power of the grippers, man. Damn. Most had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Bloodfiend. Thank you, Mr. Salt. Thank you for that. Therefore, whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, oh god. Mr. Salt, we already said thank you. We already said thank you, Mr. Salt. You're done. The definition of most excludes 3 individuals, thus it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3? Oh? The manager? And Dawn, who is still unconscious. Okay, we get it, Mr. Salt, we get it! Really? Them? Wow, you were spot on! When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. Bro, we just fucking got you back. Were you kidding? I've identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices moments before my loss of consciousness.
된 거냐 그래서? 쟤는 또 왜 안 깨어나는 건데?
Mr. Saw, you need to chill out. By their voices and walking cadences? Oh my. Why was this guy in jail for a time-killing time? We done fucked up, because that's what it was. I can't believe it.
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명에는 지장이 없어. 곧 정신을 차리실 겁니다.
She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not in any risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Dawn's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the Bloodfiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words.
지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수가.
So she knew. She already knew. Please do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Dawn was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, you know.
그러고 보니
Wait, that reminds me.
제일 중요한 카드키는 어디 있는 건가요?
Where's the key card? Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands.
지금은 녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
Of course, Ryoshu, who's in a far more presentable state than he was in before.
그러면 그자가 들고 있었다던 카드 키는
Wait, so what about the key card he was holding though?
반액체 상태가 되었다. 이자의 손가락뼈와 같이 섞여 있군.
Ew!
손가락인 듯하다.
Ew! It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with his middle phalanges. Gross! It like fused to the bone? Wait,
다들 침착하세요. 침착해.
Oh no. Everyone, calm down. Calm down! I said calm down!
담배를 더 챙겨왔어야 했는데.
I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh?
그 힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
How about we force one of these doors open?
마스터 카드 키가 없어도 상황을 해결할 수 있습니다.
The master keycard is not an absolutely necessary element to resolving the situation.
어떻게?
What? How?
여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니
There she is. There she is. Connected back up to the Wi-Fi. It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate an explanation that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format.
이거 다시 재수 없어졌네.
Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. Kinetic, thank you so much for the follow.
크리스토 팰리스의 뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
Oh yeah, we can utilize the back door of Mephi. The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door, Dawn slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. Virgil always greeting us with just the most annoyed sigh. Like that I will never get over. Good to see you too, Virgil.
무슨 일을 겪어온 것이냐고 물어볼 수밖에 없는 몰골이군.
I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you were all in.
후두둑, 후두둑.
Sandy, pitter, sandy, patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은 뒷사람 해줄 거야.
He's so tired of our shit. Ask someone after me.
그게 어떻게 된 것이냐 하면 입안이 꺼끌거리는구려.
To Oh god, Yusong looks like he's about to barf again. Oh. To explicate, I can't. Grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained the gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door.
간단히 말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것입니다.
To put it simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train.
A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초. 그 정도의 시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면 자연히 이 열차는 도착해 있을 테니까요.
The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds, going by the 8-core timescale. All we need to do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데 망설이지도 않고 그렇게 덥석 열어도 되는 거야?
Wait. Are you seriously gonna just open that door? With this many doors in here? Are you sure that's the right one?
네, 이 문이 맞습니다.
Yes.
안전은 보장하죠.
This is the correct door. Its safety is guaranteed.
아니 이 문을 열면 뭐가 있는지 정도라도 알려줘야지.
Heathcliff is having some PTSD. Lass, at least tell us what's past that door.
굿해요. 그 이상의 정보까진 확인하지 않았습니다.
Oh. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself.
예상치 못한 걸 마주하게 되는 경험도 훗날을 위해 필요할 테니까요.
We're going on an adventure. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected.
뭐? 야, 그럼.
What? Oi, wait! Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open.
지금입니다. 모두 이 안으로.
Now, please, enter through the door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts.
모래폭풍 수준이네요. 이건
I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm?
뭐야 여기 실내 아니야?
Huh? Are we indoors? How is this even happening?
눈이 안 떠져요.
I can't open my eyes.
입에 모래가. 이게 설마 모래바람이야? 천장도 멀쩡히 달려 있는데.
I got sand in my mouth. Wait. Is this a sandstorm? We aren't inside a building?
5, 4,
Why are you counting down? Stop! Ah! What's happening? The sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued, oh, that's right, to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the war train as it arrived to the P-Corps platform. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand,
이대로 도착 못하는 줄 알았어요.
I thought we'd never make it!
멀쩡한 승객이잖아.
Oh. Hi. Are you guys okay? How did these passengers... Ew. We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corps cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고 워프 열차에 탑승한 림버스 컴퍼니 소속 직원입니다.
We are employees of Limbus Company who boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer.
팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이시군요. 정말로 기억을 갖고 있네요.
Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh?
그러고 보니 저기 있는 수면용 포드에 직원분이 자고 계세요.
Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there.
그거 듣기만 해봤는데 한번 확인해 보죠.
Oh, that, huh? Never seen it in action before. Thanks. Let me go check. We walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
아무도 없는데요.
There isn't anyone in here.
여기가 아니었나?
Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기에 들어갔던 사람이 없다는 것은
this is the correct spot, then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate...
역시 멀쩡할 리가 없나? 뭔가 잘못 보신 게 아닐까요?
I guess these folks aren't all there in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken? I doubt that.
피곤해서 잘못 본 모양이네요. 그럼 저희는
That Faust, not you just okay. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
도착한 것이요?
Good morning, Dawn. Arrived? Have we arrived?
오늘따라 올해도 파자더만 이제 왔겠냐?
Rise and shine, lass. Had a nice kip, did ya?
알겠다. 자세한 상황은 버스로 이동 중에 듣도록 하지.
I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again.
네. W사의 관련 보고를 송부하는 것은 ACCA를 통해.
Understood. And in all relevant reports will be sent to W Corps via LCCA and... Virgil was already there when we arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive.
나는 카론을 데리고 메피스토 팰레스의 결속 해제를 지켜보도록 하지.
I will now leave with Sharon to go watch as they unfasten Mephi from the train.
아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침을 하고 있는 것 같거든. 자리를 비켜주겠다.
The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgil left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was, quite literally, blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Dawn's shoes came off. It was as though she knew it was going to happen. Yeah, she tried. She was giving frickin' Dante a heads up. She literally was like, whatever you do, don't tell anyone what's about to happen, and then it happened.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까요.
Because it was the preferable course of action to letting the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. Ah.
죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게 생각하고 있습니다.
I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just wanted to know how long you've known that Dawn is...
그것이라면 LCB가 결성될 때부터 파악하고 있었습니다. 베르길리우스도 봤습니다.
That is something I have been made aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgil. Of course.
단지 관리자에게 적절한 때에 정보를 개방하라는 LCA 상부의 지침이 있었을 뿐입니다.
However, it was by the will of the LCA's superiors. This knowledge remained withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there?
제 개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다.
According to your private judgment, what?
파우스트를 포함한 모든 연락이 두절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Right.
자세한 연유는 알 수 없겠으나
Though the full truth may remain obscured still,
돌아왔구려.
you are once again returned. Returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension, and we've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned.
그렇습니다.
Yes. Faustus quietly affirms Yisong's rather nebulous question.
비록 농으로 물어보는 것이지만
Please do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However,
언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있겠어?
do you suppose I shall see her again? Aww. She shot a puzzled look at Yisong.
나름대로.
Aww. In a way, it was quite the
꽤 유쾌한 만남이지 않았는가?
pleasant encounter, was it not? Oh! Oh, what? Yisong mused ambiguously before leaving us. Yisong! Ooh! Yisong wants to see more of that Faust. Aww. That was so cute. Phew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. But it was also an opportunity to learn so much. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corps. So I decided to enjoy this momentary peace.
그래서 대체 피사엔 어떻게 도착했단 말인가? 아이, 목구멍은 왜 이리 답답한 것이고?
How do we find ourselves at P-Corps? Wherefore is my throat so parched?
설명하기엔 너무 지쳤어요.
I'm too tired to explain.
꼬맹이 진짜 엄청난 모험 하나 놓쳤어.
Chiquita, you missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Uh-oh.
덕분에 방금 귀에 마지막 남은 모래알갱이가 떨어져 나갔네요.
That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners look at Dawn's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know that what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corps was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty arises within me too. I looked up to Faust only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden Yes! Time for more golden buzz!